celebrating and dancing. I won't be surprised something will come out from the youth
okay.
and also from Nasara. And no the Baba Bonte first, and so the others will follow. And so I think that is what is happening at the moment. Now, as is strictly in so the kind of sa and the Becono Nasa Nebeno said a bear man for Behu the airco. And see, may did as I said, no results of the best I say about Malcolm out.
Enti NCBA results no ba kwamena results no nam kwan so a eba NCBA ye be hyase na ye de kakra no a aba no enche ye be mamo wansa na certify once no enso aba be ka ho ti kwamena ba bi aduru no.
Yes, very interesting how things have panned out. Jumedi nankasa no na hyase mu no edi be 7 hours ansa na hyase.
Sure.
Baby asan so adrage amanema bedu pempenso yi eye baby a amanfo ato aba na wie na yese mo nsan ko baby a mu fie a mo beto aba no ade edi kan ye ho announcement say mo bana mo to wie a na mo san ko tena baby a na aye mo te was stands no mo no ho na ye den pa am say no so aye one of the situations a change Jumedi na ko akire yi pa ebi anka by this time kra no nka sort in account ne kra ye wie might be a lot of them, but how far we have come is where we are now, and it is what it is. We are here in ye. Senior, a friend is saying, and I did can some of the positions the board one accounting and the sort, and shada and Denisa. I don't know what come that dimension down and Sumobio. Now, Senior, I never see Kono.
John Borden so
they may be obvious.
John Borden so at TSC Park and so also S3.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, John Borden nam Park and so S3. Who say Omunina and Amwana Ukraine phone because Omo creative platforms are Omo agents no Obia results no airbano na Ude Eguso. And you know, it gives you a fair idea before you move. Peja Brasso Kakabame. And John Bodu and I want to say, what to Tata and Kakakra.
Bakofi, or your interview view. Cecilia, you and Che, where 10 minutes ago, one of the radio stations are Monetano. Over Senya, na contest no, Yebe, She Nemasiana, Nahonka Kansi was so no. The question and answers are now questions the money answers are now what they are mano. What you say na ni mood na ba fem. Everything is possible. All right. The results no na Omade Corporation Center no. Now quickly Greater Accra Region Center B organizer position no results ni bi aba. Brighter Chifi Kumi enya 4 votes. Set Edward J 0, Titus Glover 154, Nana B 117, Fojo Nana Ousu 7 votes. And anything is possible. Okay.
Because share Nana B votes waha, any Titus votes are. Charlie. No, Nana B or 117. And a Titus was 154. And that is Greater Accra. Who say Greater Accra? Titus or Kwa definitely. Or the Ghana Begum.
And
the home region. So it's understandable. But you so J other centers no to say Woma Kayeri Buano at the calculation center. So let's see. Central region. Titus 235, Nana B 149. Central region results.
Central region.
Yes.
And
Titus
go ahead.
235.
235.
Nana B 149. Bibia betumi yes.
149.
Bibia betumi
yes. It's 2 regions. Greater Accra then Edi Kano.
Yes.
Titus Edi anymore.
Yes. Greater Accra no the aba no A and B, but so far the center B no, and yensa can't hear center A no, figures now air no, hey. Delegates.
Situation be say MCC no area locome Emma Hone no. Yeah. Say ote one particular polling station figure man shall say jubilate near there. Now also near all at least 90% of the polling stations figures and so now jubilation be what shall say aye. And these are just the beginning. The results are trickle in small. Yes, these are provisional results. I'll say you emphasize
results.
Provisional results. We need to emphasize.
But don't check women organizer there now. Who want to say? The market shall say jubilate, Ochemupa 93.78%. What we say?
93.78%.
Yes, 93.78%. On your votes, total votes, 661, and on your 620.
Wow.
And that was a complete endorsement.
Yeah. There was no contest.
Yeah.
You can say there was no contest.
It's Yeguso, share figures are Eba. Another surprise if Ashanti region Eba. JFK 396. JFK 396. John Bodu 129.
From Ashanti region.
Yes, from Ashanti region. And anything can happen.
From Ashanti region.
Anything can happen.
But Sarah is also from provisional one from Ashanti region.
Yes, provisional one from Ashanti region.
And say a confirmed later because Ashanti is a JFK the home region.
Yeah, we remember that. Kate did remember that.
Yeah, the home region.
Yeah.
It's say JFK ebetimi enya search numbers indeed so when you search numbers but Upper West
region.
Okay.
Share General Secretary Hall Noir. John Bodu Ekra 185. 185. That's against JFK 139. 139 for Justin Kodia 139 and John Bodu 185. Still very complex.
Okay.
Still not clear.
Okay.
Very complex. Anything can happen.
Yes.
Anything can happen.
Yes. And we extra and I say more vivid picture on the kind of responses John Boy by with the kind of housing sound I demand. Sounds also in a JFK. One also sound in the wood. And if these figures are anything to go by, those now yet see or they were not fake. They were real. But
Yabubani ja other small ones no share Musa Superior when you are 9 votes. Charles that's a Charles BC OC from so still I'm printing the deal was one because 1 vote to the one I got to on one the same man one and Sanya 1 vote.
I know this Kofi and I reject one vote sports ballot and I'm near too much Charles BC.
Yes
sports ballot.
Yeah
because I'm making any
you so share figures na but so far my main share Eastern region we positioner we are national chairman what do you know
so far the chairman here
civilian team 173 173 7 Asamoah Ekra 64 64. Okay, so it also gives you a clear indication gap no eso.
Third person
Third person was 37. That is Abanko. Imagine you very
big. Big.
And Session A, the same region, Ashanti region. Titus Glover enya 45. 45. As against Nana B 211.
Yes.
211. One more Canadian here because testing mic results need be 1 2 1 2 3 3 some 80. Pacho results yabubo nyina no those provisional results.
Provisional results.
So Shannon Somaye Sana Emrano Eche say yentimi enka say we certified results until say yabobo ni nyina e wo soro ho.
At least am I a fair idea how enema
na me say yamba show e wo ha no afo ye ka wo bom.
Okay.
And JFK 173 as against John Boadu 153.
173 for JFK as against
John Boadu
153.
And 20 volts difference. Still close. And
still close.
Right now, difficult to jubilate. Now who say change your phone? I shall say jubilate. And John Boadu didn't say good chino or nam gentle and on so cool and collected. Let's see how about results no good. Sabri Yajiji from the polling stations, you know, Barona Yeguswa Yebobo. Aha. And that is what is happening. Mami Mao, okay, medical way that Greater Accra Center A results, you know, John Boadu 116, Justin Frimpong Kodia 180.
Na TV ni so ananabi anene dom anam ananabi esrese anene dom enante abasahare so kra
se owa na bi aba na amana boto owa na bi aba na Kenya
Afrina bakoso aba na
results ready DJ Boyanyo
DJ Boyanyo
we DJ Achu Boyanyo serious but Igusu
still amofi police center to police center me say okohe senior outcomes
there be na video there social because look at results are a free Eastern region polling station B Manana B 87 and Emma Titus Glover 189. Then from the central region you get Titus 235. Nana B 149. And it's Rena also him results for far. Bia Abesi Sano. But so far the Ebano, baby on Subeniano so or Chimpa. Or Chimpa. So
as a coastal areas, you know.
John Boadu arene war appointments center no back ministers ne appointment center no say ministers no enso kokotobi
any appointees no.
Yes, one of the centers no John Boadu enya 15 and a JFK enya 9. John Boadu 15 JFK 9. Enti utie officer na me ne kasa wo hana o che say the old folks now party ni nya yanka John Boadu ntwaso and a youth no air change no reflect wa ha say aban appointees ye yi wo mo no etel say towards John Boadu
movie about on emu ya hu
yeah emu
enti ya men sa kan free gate ho no achemu new ambulance saba
Ebimra because external branches results aba general secretary external branches no JFK ekura 70 votes and at John Boadu ekura 40 30 difference and still at JFK echo look at bro and a half for Ayakabom JFK 173 John Boadu 153 20 difference no but results are urban in answer suggest treasurer no Dr. China is leading. So far results are urban and the margin is so. Oh share nipa on your contest ye binya 79 on 162. At the same time ebi enya the closest is 77 now on 167. Into hono so no a clear way for Eja China. So far the urban or treasurer position no it looks as if say hono no we hria we the kind the urban nyina
no say era abankwafi on ti say hono enshira
enyeshi yeah
hono Eja enshira to ho to say general secretary but very interesting Dr. China how are woman into delegates akumem amoma na sa gidi because ayana say incumbent say onko sana etimi ebe free for all wa woni be den ani ade no obetimi afa mo akọ enti yana ema no close ne obe wini no kra no de kakra bi na wini but China etimi twim sa na osi atwim dia na chese otim say wa kan sempa bi de ache party mana almost imagine that two mama say resounding victory they say or the LED with few centers science can say
so far Konenim Eastern Region Section 2 17 173 17 173 Asabi 64
Eastern Region Police Station 2
yes 173 Asabi 64
okay
and it tells you say a honor so chairmanship no so far the urban no not even one cry Asabi atimi aben so a clear win for 7 Asamwa 17 yes and your Hong Kong so far maybe other ones no I'll be going through the urban no as so just 17 chairman but say there but it's interesting sir. Okay, you go so at the results no manufacturing kanya na bo na ni kakra e wo ha but I can carry e bi mu jubilate and e bi so en share den hu ne clear but o here center circle ho na ase wo mu a ejina ho a wo mu him wo mu nsa enam wie mu no suggest change apa e wo general secretary ho ma me voter region secretary position ho no other ones na me mo because figures no some food stop be and shada okay and shada ye papa voter region John Bodu 203 John JFK 90 saying 90
for JFK
John Bodu voter region and JFK 90 votes Ashanti region C JB ewo 56 and a JFK ewo 193 193 ohunu say gab we twim ha na we akotwim ha that is why omamie no bia ntimi jubilate so far no omamie de no it's complex very very change for na ehim omo sana na say for no
another police station and so
jubilation no ashase jubilation be ashase what is it
change
John Boyd
yes
and the mabuni na ni eden
I'm going to sign on. Then they say KFK, you know. Yeah.
This is serious. This is serious. This is interesting.
Kofina, as I'm going to go in a perimeter, no more park in the subio.
Oh, my day.
As a professor go park in the subio.
That be park and so they are brand new one can and the person who free so. They can so they can go. One by was no between us jubilate said you jubilating because I can kind of and and moving here say so what is happening? Me Nana B Dimina at say jubilation no I say who jubilate and I figure about could be a boom na so far so good. So far so good. Okay. The way I air quantity it looks like
Kofi as
John Boyd is going
jubilation
home. Yes. It looks like John Boyd is going home. It looks like John Boyd is going home.
Say near omoye our page next to no true reflections in the
what's a you for any session you know
say
we are we nya kakra bia o be John Boyd do the old stock.
That's it.
What we feel or no woman no you time pay the day woman no try who say I class you for no so the but every green if you are
but go be
baba so na yes
me pay of when you say who the blue team cry now at a point in time you can decide to make your fans jubilate say you show for now at a point to share one go cry that one go no a team of supporters a jubilate sana ombelusu 90 minutes now.
There is something interesting with this one.
Great.
Council of Elders and Founders. Council of Elders and Founders. Say?
Separate.
What was to one separately?
That's right.
Yeah, try one more there. And it shows there was a group that person John Boyd at Twasso.
Okay.
A honor you should know.
Okay.
But the honor crowd are very close. Very, very close. And it looks like the change has come.
Looks like what?
The change has come.
The change has come.
The change has come. It looks like the change has come. It looks so far. Emma Bruno any age too much. And all of a sudden, now find the best.
One the best. You will be our penny. You are saying, but some many check back. Open it now. You're first saying,
communication team member, former presiding member, campaign manager, campaign support person. I was Decleration team.
Decleration team camp and now
KFK. And what you money?
Your number so far no camp no news been a motete. Oh, I am a camp.
Roma Nema Koso Amama said.
Now money my grants near there. Then I'm motivated by way of initial resource and how is it going?
Minia, make me resource in you are. Now if you are I am in one. I was thinking, say, Obi said JFK, resource in me going and cry on your baby. Minia, you need delegates in the team. Come on, I want to say they need change. No, I come now. I say, Ebra, yeah, Bana, Cassani Banua, yeah, introduction, any Pani Banas, or sometimes elections, be best me at gyina grounds hɔ nti sɛ ɔhwɛ a JFK baeɛ no hwɛ kwan a fa so a delegates ɛbɔ no bobobo yɔyɔyɔ baababa kyerɛ wo sɛ delegates need a change and the change is happening. Change is happening. We are changes. I'm not changes.
Change is all kind of emphatic because if you can't about it, I
mean, statistics here, the figures live in Kusua, this time, no figures. Yes, and Kofa is very hungry. Ashanti region, full results, no. Tango.
Ashanti region, full results. Don't say. Yeah, police station A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Ashanti region is the only region in here 3 police stations. JB police station A, only have 59.
Okay.
Police station B, only have 56.
Okay.
Police station C, only have 88. Okay. Okabomo 203.
Okay.
The total Ashanti region, JB have 203. And at JFK, police station A, only have 208. Police station B 193, police station C 173, Okabomoa 575. Ashanti region Akasa very big. 203 for JB, 575 for JFK.
JFK spokesperson
provisional. Let's take it like that. Provisional. I'm so free easier.
Yeah. Be on the pitch. Spokesperson Emma JFK. But who say more shall see nam park and so move wave munsa change. More platform be a one come figures above answer because the head seem na provisional.
Because I'm going to create an opamelo interview.
Yeah.
And I will say the will of the party people shall prevail.
Sure.
And the party people has indeed spoken. But results now by a provisional. But it's obvious. JFK Adinkunim. Young preempted the Yisibeka. Himself very soon. Yisibe declared official results. But I can confidently tell you, sir, JFK is the General Secretary elect of the New Patriotic Party.
Wow. Okay, so Medumun Kania.
Yes, sir. Because GDA I want penny for almost abato neso. Me ame papa Peter McMahon will be a sebi the reputation of any agro. But me abato there utili bia na media for so idea. Na ehube yensa media no ahuni ekoso. Et media this radio to young papa. Samuel Peter McMahon in the committee. Sir, ya yatinie na me GDA e want ni mu and in the committee no. Na Oshana Wamana Yaho, and Pa Peter McMahon once again. Wamama Jinadi Sawa Panibia, Sabi, often anyone but coffee. Where I couldn't be Adema MPP Abusiani now. Beginning as a Yamea Dom. Now you see the official results in the bar. That is the time I mentioned that to me are addressing the media proper. In the meantime, the Ayakan and I said, and the Adema Cherian Ponyakopo, and the MPP delegates. All
right, the other sepa watch BB what you are a crabby. So say baby I very complex. Yes. Nana be in titles, you know. Seriously, I never thought say titles ever man Nana be this type of challenge.
Yes.
So far, Easton Nana B 174, Titus 380, Upper East Region. Nana B 104, Titus 154. Until we know ha. Now we are in Waha. Ashanti A, Nana B 211. A honor team, Titus 45. Oba Savannah, Nana B Enya 176, Titus 136. Easton, Nana B 120, Titus 58. Bono and Ahafo, Nana B 140. Titus 183. Central Region Nana B 149, Titus 235. MMDC is no control yeno. Nana B nya 243 and a Titus nya 107. Northern Region Nana B nya 156, Titus nya 138. North and OT Region the Cambo on that side, no. And I be 164, Titus nya 161. Ashanti region and an be Chimpa 233 as against Titus 34. And a Greater Accra so Titus and so Echim 122. No, Greater Accra A no. Nana B Erini and Titus Erini B A Nana B nya 142 Titus 122. Like I said, Nana B win A and a B Nana B nya 117 and a Titus nya 154. And very close.
Very close.
Very close. Still, and Nama who say Nana B shall say the Kaya. Nanka or jubilate kakaba figures now bano. This all boom very convinced. And yes, very difficult say.
But Greater Accra no also
that is also yes.
Because Titus Greater Accra in the home region and then being so Efi East Ashanti region. And it's an Nabi Chimo Ashanti region now expected. But Nabi one of the polling stations as a Sino Saday, I work Greater Accra, no, Dimitra, Titus, I work Greater Accra, not just say Nabi Airborne Home of the EPA. However, no, I will have figures no woman no Grenade, so close. You been here regions now, American boom and Sana, ABR, it's me who clearly who probably.
Now, sir, police for no a move, a wine and one more a move no. Kodia, okay. Okay. Or granted. Okay. I think sir, police for no are moving to one side. Police for no moving no at the call one side of the stadium hono. And say, I want to say it's any Asia I was through. Easy any police, any party executive no. One more a share about one sono. One more Akikaniama SCNE. If I move straight and chakra na yeah the final confirmed results no aba na ama weni jeno ewie peye say ube huri and I say huri no say we call OT regional JFK 332 Jombwedu 115. That should give you some indication. Voter region, OT region, which was previously there, voter region ho. JFK, Arene wo ho. Asanya Chim Ewa Ashanti region. These are key. And not to me a more indication of direction now air economy. And one said now Kodia Afa General Secretary no.
What's the Kodia day?
Wafa. Aye, General Secretary.
Wafa day.
Oh, Wafa.
Said Wafa day.
Wawini General Secretary.
You were doing.
Aye.
I don't know all kind of based upon what?
Based on strategic regions be. Any regions I name say Jombwedu stronghold. Marginal or the Maya you can easily predict. You can easily put 1, 2 together. And then one say, what shall see our jubilate here? Young Jombwedu.
Only say, near SU Hono, and supporters, any police for no.
Yeah.
Because the announcement was I need to be a in a perimeter no more. Say, oh yeah, candidate, no supporters, but on no grant interview, and the supporters now, but now who goes for baby say a PM officer in a perimeter no more. I didn't mark on chamber. I'm saying no, and a day maintain me once be about proceed for the be any supporters no so and Tim our horse. I
was for Saudi and I was sorry. You go so at the NPP Amanyoko Delegates Conference. One more year, you know, and you go so yeah, the Ebro Sabre, ya try we can we provisional results no APP. I'm a women organizer. The Oteson one was Yafa. Them are make it and Wafa. And when you call chairmanship now, you young fan to grab but figures are abano, HSA 17 and Warren marginal a huge. At least sooner Koko Suche delegates near a one or the coin. And then secretary position. Oh yes, this one.
Hey, Kofi.
Oh, one of the means me can emphatic organizer hono.
And the Empon Kofi ana. Let's figures get out of that.
I can see any. Pacho and Tokanoa. AC or hono policy for someone I wanted to want them. Then peg it
okay, so far who instance
everything has been peaceful.
At the your pipe say better so at the hey appear be a cost to see our honomo.
Aye,
we appear never to be.
Yes. Only the may be one jubilating Tama. Yet Mrs. Sunny man and you would you be the fair money money be? Because don't forget, Sir John Boyd is still the General Secretary. And I was in Akobio. And see, Bibia Timisi. But the Army there, Stephen and Timothy and what bread. What bread do? My idea, say at least. But police for the number no so chain supporters no so police for the person omoye gentle the normal police for no if they really want to omo minimal force no omo use hey police for no ebia shall say line up just elephant anymore. Where your reinforcement? Combat police because no so much you know. Display of physical. Macho no ne woman. And we move pia. Macho mon check the microphone no mama. Kwame na microphone no. Kwame na microphone no. I shouldn't tell one can. And see, Nipa Bakuna, one channel no, and a post for a channel where she stage in any more no. And we more pia one more cano, a continuino, or a scapegoat, and I said, escape the elephant, small elephant. And one more channel where she no. And here, chance, easy babo, wabejina, penifona bejina, puppet in anymore, a baby preaching the gospel according to uniting, building, and holding together. See, yeah, share, said the ever come. It is when he swat to tell men answer. Now, I say, no, papa, because General Secretary so far no,
Kofi,
JB 1086, JFK 1606. So I am very close.
Kofi, I don't want to go into figures to say the whole corner.
Okay.
But my provisional results are cramming home. National Youth Organizer elect.
Okay.
Salam Mustafa. National Organizer elect Nanabi.
Okay, Nanabi I retain.
General Secretary elect JFK.
Okay.
Women Organizer elect K. Jamfua.
Okay.
Chairman elect Stephen Ayes. Wayna a provisional. Yaba chain penina gaza. But may the breakdown in bro. Yentia me arrive at this conclusion.
Okay.
May the breakdown of bro and Chebia.
All right. Sada me kind.
Kofi nete say nif side be a confirm nemani be announced so can.
Oh yeah.
There was what can emphatically.
Oh yeah. Chairman the end day him say who said the agitation about look at the final figure no. JFK figures near 1606. John Bodu 1086 1086 as against 1606 and you are very close. We judge our kakrebia as I said.
Okay.
And I say we shampoo na koso.
Na just say to say padia very interesting. Very, very interesting. Now, among for and some more can about party, no. Say a sense of China and Debano. That's a sense of China Abampa because a basa we are going to have a new chairman who is in the person of Ira Stephen Ayensu in team. Now, about General Secretary so is going to be a new person. I know about Justin Frimpong Kobia. That'll be very interesting. These two key positions.
Yeah.
About national organizer, no so. Of course, definitely be a new person.
Yeah.
I know Ebeye Nanabi. So Nanabi any a youth organizer or not for national organizer, and then they said it's going to be also a new national youth organizer.
Yeah.
The only person so far Obeye among the old folk, Ebeye the national women's organizer. Yeah,
Nanabi is so old.
Nanabi is old.
That's why we're moving from the position to a different.
So it's a new position altogether.
New position, but of the old stock. Stock now war no. No only one more year.
Fine.
No,
I'm talking about the offices.
Office
holders in the day. It is only Kejimfu and Nabeka say you're old in her office.
We're maintaining.
Because we're maintaining the same position in on the old in the office. Obumba Kenyano will be new in his office. However, I agree. Senabi Eka the immediate and our current crop of executives, you know, and he Ebenya a title of an old executive. But for the position there, let's agree say he's new or is going to be new in that position. This new crop of a friend is saying executives are only leading the party for the next 4 years. With their big and mountainous and Herculean tax, how many see also some will break the 8, you know. It's going to be very interesting how they're going to break the 8. Because I'm out for us to say, yes, they will need a blend of the new and the old. That the phone be near the four so afra. Now, over senior air corner, coffee, sa corner amount for air fresh, say, Benya, a for Nibianca, yeah, near the other no Afrano. So combination is that what people were really looking for?
In order not to frustrate our own police. Okay, I say in order not to frustrate our own policy of making Ghana a major tourist destination. Debbie, Gabi na supposed to be at this time there. Oh, a Gabi prediction, no. The Abem, a chairman 17.
Okay.
And then General Secretary, the name General Secretary, no or call for John Bodu.
Yes.
Nana B, FI.
Okay.
And a China and so fire.
Yes.
So, Osha, Ninjano, John Bodu, the no, and and for Kate the end so far, Kate the end so.
Yeah.
Some of them were obvious. Positions Nibi Owana are very obvious.
Yes.
Nana be the end and I am one. Because our introduction, I brought introduce soon now. Or introduce soon as the man with the big brain. Say, that is Adrian Kessier, that be General Secretary.
General Secretary.
Okura Adrian Kessier pa. So for JFK to be able to win
Adrian Kessier.
Adrian Kessier, no, it's all right. See, on say public address systems, you know, you who from Egum, like I said, time I saw say the official announcement from the Electoral Commission. So, a friend who are joining, so what we can say is, as I say, calm has been restored. Nipa bakona womoche no baby omode ne kode me name but we party
yeah na ya here for so ase say Omakaya home all this while. Can mama here our TV so a year Angel TV GH. Santo so and a year Adonko TV and 1HD TV. Live coverage of Election Eye. I know your ABN, your coverage of all elections in Ghana and beyond. And today the Election Eye. It's a battle anywhere and ABN your Debrewo on all our media platform, both TV and a so 1HD TV.
Okay, Adonko TV and Adonko TV.
Adonko TV and 1HD.
All right. And radio stations, you know, Angel 96.1, Ewo Kumase, Pure 95.7, Ewo Kumase, Angel 102.9, Ewo Enkraiha, Sanso and Angel 95.9, Ewo Bolegatanga, Osaintie Ewo Sunyan, Angel 92.3, Osh Ewo Cheers 100.5, Ewo Sunyan, and
you can go chase us on YouTube for the live stream.
Fighting. And then how? Baba. No,
yes, so by this time. Yes, so
no, or Hakras is a
president.
What can you do? I was asking me, Emu Nelson Owari, and I Ocho message we ever was say the elephant is going back into the bush. We're free. Hey, we didn't this incarnation. There be Udiye Nana. So congratulations and enkoma womwa edin kwanim ni nyina ye frame Amankwa Emmanuel was say oh mania J ye frame Steven Bless Asamoah honorable Steven team and wedding kwanim the radio say was say NJB de na homa so no enua na kofa we e de bre no ye frame Lukman message
by this time the counting in now baby
yes abawe
counting in
they know everything.
They say there's no counting going on.
No.
But
yeah, change. Say,
and I can say easy for no can in the abomo.
Say they worry behind so worry. Blue array.
They say why we are so worry one.
As I say blue array.
Pempe say to see.
So say they worry in him so worry.
I see.
They worry in him so.
Wow.
And it means JFK and a Namwa all wave no. Masha say I get fans. Aye. When you day. On the Nam touch line. Aha. Who say oh wave. Then yaje papa. No, he is fought. In fact, wins in no. Dear I say Nijie Wumpani. I say we're very close.
Yes.
And nipa no di ni sun kunim no enye body abrewajo
Debbie
it's about sa victory no there will be wom.
Yes,
and that is what is happening. Then yaje pa
na make say
ne nkofo na control na obeka sasa because any je ne ba sa na
na make I'm just wondering how he's feeling now. What is going on? They say I think can be different.
Safen wa kan ho a the year picking nyina ne say JFK and Warren General Secretary no John Boadu and Simi and Sally True 17 and Obabe the new chairman for the NPP Warren our chimpa Kate Jemfua Eguso women organizer wasan Warren eno ni Quatatatos Glover MP3 MP no the 3 votes winning no wa man na be close marking but the we and still Nana B arene eti eno na ama jubilation no ahyase ewo park ne so no Nana B ntimi jubilate here because o hwe Nana B a nanka ope a line bi ope team bi to say John Boadu ewo ne team no mu of course eba ne say ya win nya ba you have to play with the team a ebeba no enti ama ne jubilation no ye ngunu I think sir he expected Senan Kobetchim. Personally, I'm surprised. Set title Glover to me man that close marking. And see, quite interesting. Very, very interesting. yeah but your mon share kwame na microphone no there be mention ka kwame na te posifo no ayade wo mugu so a wo mo boban se say wo ma so wo mo nsa atrolize e mbetri agimo ani monye mfa touchline no so ha ya mo mfa touchline nemo mo nhwe yi na mo amfa ama center circle ho mo nam touchline no so ana mo nye mo warm up exercise e wie ne e bo aben ne pro se e yampa de ye ka no sa na ti a na afi mo atimi aba inside ha na jubilation no atimi ti posifo no wo mo asala na ten la ten o mo pese de si ye no e be se si bio ti o mo hu se soja fo mi kura we kan ho soja fo na yi nipa no a o pese o cause confusion no ena ohunu se ye bie eprama no se kai enko obi ayi nipa na si nchen posifo ne dimirika ba betum se ubia ahwe mo abonten no so kra be wura mu ama asem na be ye case into the ma yan hye no ne mfa ne si ya that is what is happening parki eso enti safre no kan ho a mo amusu no ye mama kwa aba eni su Martin Osu Ankamase. Oh, JB Elusu. What I was expecting. Tiani Abanisena. Anasrena was Resano. Was the Ghana police have won the MPP delegates election? Can you imagine? With Chris Dollar and or the Ebaye. Share Facebook. And now sharing TV so. Ana utie ewo radio so a enche na bibia aba awieye akasima no edunum na donko abo electoral commission ehye yembose by 11 na wo mo declare we yes wo mo ho modern etumi ewo sa territory no mu hwa enti ena afi na donko kwa akobo yehu ba bia asie no ye twen se bibia ebeba we by the official announcement na fe obia atwumi akofie official announcement no menim de isi atwen megidi se o twen na nado ene when are we Nasara coordinator position no why are we here Aziz, and now also congratulations, Aziz. Okay. They are not also now. It looks like Facebook. I'm for jubilate. Over comments now, banana. Chris Dollar was it John Boydu Yamutu. We also say, oh, so John Boydu has lost. My name say, okay, oh, we are was Sunday. A series asoso. That just say we no serena was it. Was it where is Freddie Blay? Freddie Blay. You hear 275 Toyota buses no. O promising you won't even coffee sa abra won't fa MIA. Can you imagine? Yo, yate. Was it no wonder? Okay, will be message and I will respond to say Nipano. Messages no muguso to egu Facebook wo. Was it JFK why are there papa wokun we na nya agro your friend IET Lord Thomas. Was it oh JB Anthony Amwate message no. Was it we pray say bibia ebe kwa asundwemu na ntokwa ya ahwehwe tinketenkete ya ase we no enkose no Eben Opoku Ajiman ene Maiden. Was it oh results in the say enyawie nti isi for famra ntem no monya say wo mo ehwehwe so no Thomas say edu yate yenya abotre but was it John Kafra wenya na Kafra so to me John Cross or the nana or the nana dia anka to me kana Kafra we say oh team abano there solid IMF team pa we free don showers the message no and Danubian say JB Kafra was say critically I critical or say John message no or say people like us are very happy say JB Elusu me dey at the Kobe Williams and Kojo Agbolu say NDC congratulations now about 2 MPP NDC I congratulate you more hey anyway was watching you live Richmond Virginia meeting at the Alex Amwell congratulations encore and Fama JFK was it the Pariansa when no when yadia crap Richmond Nana Odlu why I was say all these things will amount to nothing 2024 Edruwa Ibehuno Degraft Obu messenger what they buy no was say do baby now bro once ya eboa pa your friend sika e wo to me message no was say me de mani agio ma mesresre your friend me kwabena okan de ntia mani age ne say Jomboedu Elusu was say Jomboedu pe epiododo eni oh nana kwa me osu okoto Jomboedu o no mapio jaisa agura da ojino agura ye di oba say you know was say intim so de wa ya de wo konkoden eni ntie ma ne mo medin ede ningo nana safo was say ye hwe animu se sa change kro ya abayi 2024 ebi ebesan aba medin ene Bijoy Williams was say election 2020 no me hoye Jomboedu was too John. He made MPP supporters sad when Esiedun Ketia said they had won the election. He was quiet. Wankare Medin ene Martin Osu Ankama was he oh Boedu your friend is Sadat Fuseni your bekan chire weni was me there mani age papa mani age say Jomboedu wenim kunim Medin any active boy Ghana was a chairman when I really a fair and maniate Medin Martin Osu Martin chairman no provisionally 17 and figures are yensa kano HS wedding kunim but on the field the official announcement no yeah chain was it hey executive abani nyina fofofo nkwa break the 8 has fallen into water Medin and Anthony Amwate was it JFK me ma utrim kwa ye frame Benin okay ti me hunu say nani aje papa Kennedy Japan honorable Kennedy akomprekwa Japan and nan park ni so no nani aje pa in fact no ye advocate for such changes he say emra no you be a the die so and ohunu say abai ti ohunu say wako park ni so a nani aje interview no a abra oba ha no ne nsem o kan ye ne nkom sha wode gu ho nyina no ene na aba mu nti no enye nwanwa se osresre enye nwanwa se osresre kra nani aje pa wose eye no kro se John wo hini wo kan ye se ya yenso delegates wose una wo stadium ho Kofi Chema wontumi nanim etesen Lambert menya hu nanim a me describe amount Chema wontumi anim de menya hu ye because I think Chema wontumi na ne mpaye ne say Uncle JB elebedi nkunim right but ankoba ne sa say so General Secretary no why enedi nkunim your friend Raymond Awua Raymond the odi nkunim your friend no JFK for short. Bra Kodia ono ena wababeye. Was a frame the craft obu. Bra Kofi me pe wasem dodo. Moye adwumaden yɛma executive foforɔ no nyinaa so tiri nkwa na mmom ka kyerɛ wɔn sɛ ndc ɛtwɛn wɔn wɔsi na deɛ na ɛkɔ so bɔɔl no wɔn bɔ no anaa yɛfrɛ me tm avatar dabi ɛnyɛ bɔɔl polisifoɔ na asan line wei ɛyɛ police 1000 against npp 7000. Aye. Enti wọ́n sẹ́ enti abanga àìwìn ni àná yẹfrẹ mi minister Kalasco wọ́n sẹ́ honourable Kennedy mi ma otiri nkwa congratulations kẹsíẹ paa yẹfrẹ mi is it Abolu Kujo wọ́n sẹ́ mi deɛ mi hwɛ honourable Kennedy Japan anim a mi hu sɛ n'ani agye paa. Maiden and Junior Kelvin. Was in Muno MPP and Eddie Nkunim. Maiden the Lexus me war America and me shamo den. Was it JB the no ye disaster pa Edima NPP. Your friend me kwabna better. Was it JB mensu JB mensu it's okay. Maiden edi nana message bia nana ma o message no o sere JB weye pa yes anya chairman Yusuf na kwe mama one by one
but you don't know we will die one by one and we will all go
say come on from ma
when I can contest the first time, when you second, when you third cross, when you Cabina Kurunas and Tacosubu.
Debbie, seriously, we a motivation. Maybe I now oh shame, wapim.
Yeah.
Coswane pim.
Yeah.
You baby a pronoun.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. I think so.
What's it? Oh, Angel TV. Oh, Yamin Shamo. Nemo me I trust no eko Emma John Buedu and I made a chatwo your friend Jacob Kluche messenger or show our Facebook no was say why a word papa me nye word cry within on them GH message no Chris Dollar say wow baby said John Buedu were here no answer ni nyina ne say JB ya mutu wo say mo aye adwuma den pa
team na etwegu our screen so no
okay wa je ne white na
team Steven in team
wa brenti just say
and ohim handkerchief ohim handkerchief ita and onyam ne sa na dom adine tinya dom kuma adom no nya dom kuma mane mema mebun ni mpanyfo nyina de nachi. That's right ordinance abon watch so just say amreni nie
na the campaign no
just any time ni
na the campaign no
yes
say me breni ni
yes
breni ni
me time ni
so we ni a truly no a chere say adibia e wone bre enenti ne bre na aso no wo say your friend na na message bia de meka a chere fo nyina ene say never give up
Kofi say we sound so a politician and opese over for any position a contest woman now pay futu pa if I defeat one. I think the best consultant for you ever here Steven team how to take defeat.
This a test confirm me say results na ba no ade okay yamo manto
results no general secretary and an ye
okay
and no answer na yenye and no an yenye
na you say test confirm na why you wan say mo man
say no omunim say test confirm to be a test con just half vote to omunya obi go anto ense no Tesco vote and say because we are intellectuals. Yenim team. What does it? Tesco vote there. Tesco vote. And no so never cry. Me mo be a dibawa oni bakro.
But before you go no, when you konya anto, and near nanka oto ya opese bebemu eno na abemu no. Senka near openu ambemu, and now so when you konya anto ama near openu ambemu a, and I'm sure your mood will be different.
Yeah. Na me catch me no say 2024. Yes, you be break 8. Na say nem ya pen ambema and got breaking the 8 ebe slogan keke. But this time around test comfort yeah I say anka sisi ya nya adwuma but okunkom obo nipa okunkom abai obo nipa okunkom abai ye na ye be kan ho abom test con near my AFK. Oh, JFK. Obo nipa okunkom obo nipa na okom no so e de wo no osenkum no enye adwenkese o enye adwenkese ye ba be kunkom ni abo nipa okunkom. That's it.
All right, you go so electoral commission
kofi me ka bibia say test confoi say omonya akonya nto abai na e call the opposite way a ebia confusion ebia anka no obi omusom kotokosua ene snap ne ade ena ne mo panam be mu a anka omonya ku say nko. I'm sure that Senka would have taken a different story angle altogether, but thankfully no panam bim. But sadly no same for here now omokoso something a day end ebeba. Esan say ultimately per the constitution and make provision say a certain group of people will vote. Then on the election day they prepare, they come ready to vote, just to be told say you can't vote. When you see a mebunu,
injunction
MPP omo empenyu for kanifo akese ni na no etitomo fisa test con group emu so omo necessary grounder any so omo di agro say omo pese emebunu enije politics ho na omo ye politics fe politics akono di impunto ba ne ade. This is the time also mutimi involve test confor no na omo chrom the rudiment of organizing a party ne ade even from this level na oso obeto aba no aba no mana konya Anthony ade no na musa no so be national executive one day a ono so be make sure say ono so be use saa de no to his advantage enti de bia no na ama afan bi afili say de bia no enam say yem nkrofonu say yem pa mo asem anomu so mo de nti no omo pe akwan bi so eyen efi about no mo emfa mente me ho ase papa emma
ebiasi pen when this mo sami jemfi time ana omo elections are fair emma ye elected no similar we see yes omo proxy votes ni we say
yes
e hon sem ko ye
yes
ebi esisa but one joining from far em makwaba we free Prince Lexus or say or Houston US and or Cheyenne Sanso and within the same or Cheyenne free Sweden your friend Patrick Favor Boating was say mahunu say honorable Ken then ya jepa fi said no hwe and abamu no your friend Kwaku Kranten Bonnie was it Kofi and Kwame na mo ya ade pa ni mu team no mo ya ade journalism ne de mo akire say motiase was say yada mo say Kofi ene team ni nyina ene adwumaden am aye from Kwaku Kranten Bonnie okay yada mo say so say mo kan ye ho a
Kofi yanko fake Facebook so police for Facebook war so
okay
amo issue statement be also the Ghana Police Service 15 minutes ago.
Okay,
I say the police have arrested one person for impeding the election process at the ongoing NPP National Delegates Conference in Accra. End of statement. And I'm logo no at the atoso. And na a confusion been a see and I exactly. There's a police for no a pekino or more I don't know a say say a police for now confirm or say or makachi. However, I'm on for the D and now the position baby ofino and for Antuja.
All right, na the Tiana police for no so omo da so ɛwɔ ha ohun sɛ wɔn ani abere paa wɔn ani abere a wɔn yɛ wɔn adwuma but Kwame na onim sɛ official results no ɛkyɛ te sɛ deɛ akyɛ yi a psychologically it is the best way to declare and have a peaceful atmosphere because by this no now deɛ wɔlusu no ɛhun sɛ wɔlusu wahyɛ ase agye tum ba na ɔgye tum na wagye atum enti yɛ now so a ɛnyɛ surprise bio but sɛ esi yɛ na quickly na ne yɛ now so especially deɛ yɛ close general secretary deɛ no 1,000 votes yɛ a ɛne na ebi wɔ hɔ a ɛkɔfa dede gidigidi mempene ne wei ne ba no so this though ama yɛ kyɛ wɔ ha no ɛsan ɛma tempest ɛkɔ fam.
Kofi mene o yɛ adwene pii in addition to nea waka yi kura nso no making room for ebia na sɛ nea waka no close call bi ɛwɔ mu na obi pɛ sɛ ɔchallenge bibi ne adeɛ bi sɛ ebia mesusu sɛ particular police station wei station A ana C ana 1 ana 2 no me nye hɔ no ntum ti yɛn san kan a ɛma saa space no sɛ ebetimi akɔ ne asanko bia no ne asan kan ne bio na wate no ho ase kyɛn sɛ bia results no ba na jasu no o kan psychologically na o kan no indeed circle contest bi essay na resources akom ahoɔden akom logistics akom ne adeɛ to take defeat just like that, you know, and not to be announced to you your defeat, you know, and one kasa by the process, you know, or one kasa o agents ever can resource natural into one Uber process. So now you go through what we call the state of denial because you have to go through change from your expectation to the reality. Your expectation is but the reality is that you are not, and you need to traverse from that expectation to the reality, so that you can manage the situation as it's supposed to be. And in say now people are descending gradually from that level of expectation, coming to the middle of acceptance of the reality, and then get to the reality itself. Sure. And I agree with you, say, you're good for all the parties, for all the contestants. I mean, you're good, but especially for those who now they know that, in fact, per the results they have been told from their own agents, you know, and yeah, they are echoing at the mouth.
But a new executive, a Juma da ho papa, a Juma ho.
I need more money, Kofi.
A Juma ho papa, and see, more jubilating on that one kai say, a Juma ho at the mamma pa. Okay, book na, Yadema na President Kofo part in speaking the full speech, you know. Okay, you are able to understand what is happening in the party. And how the democracy, the division, and all that, and party when you're careful and in Kabumu, that was his concern. And the way I air corner, you for the Umanya de Omope.
Yes,
but then Cochrane woman.
Yes, but as Unsa Kofi, almost Ujidi say, Yenya leadership, Obetimia Kasa, na Okasa. Youth no benya GDA wonumu say yenya sa anamunya sa leadership no a amukasa youth no be sore nko a dia na say adwuma na e wo fem no e be ye mre kakra e de ama wono no mo mpe leadership amukasa youth no enkenya omo ho leadership amukasa youth no entie leadership youth no empe omo ni ma ahwe because omo nyina gitum say adwuma no the job day ground say job day ground there. Now here a leadership youth no be but as you have said no say youth no indeed say omoji say new crop of executives dia na just say almost omoji atum say adwuma no omo wo adwuma ne omo dia adwuma ne omo dia leadership will provide what is supposed to be done or what's supposed to be given but adwuma nan kasa say ebeye no fo nua say nkoto aba ne ade ne there it is on the ground and is done by the youth. And say ahonkeka no I feel youth no na se mbabu no mu e wo soro de a and then na I was say adwuma no so no omode kɔ FM ho akɔkɔye but say ombekɔ akɔye so no eno say bibia wo ho because there's another hurdle to carry. Will that also reflect what the youth is looking for? And also see a very, very, very important. Who takes up the flag as a flag bearer of the party, supported by this current crop of executives, you know, to see whether the youth will really, really do that work.
Initially, Stephen Tim was seen as Obia or the KOFI faction.
Yes.
So, post Gabi Baba ye and suggest say the Nanado group no sono etipono say on the berine. So it could be say na talk sakra akoso ho. So Stephen and Tim our Baba chairman no will be able to bridge that gap. That is one positive thing. And now o share person onye gidigidi oye the cool and collected meye jumano boko na maye me lusu kra no a me re ho a no problem mesia babio. That is the kind of person our ye. So uniting the party, I think say it will not be difficult for him to do. Looking at the endorsement awunya from Gabi's post and reading the spirit behind that post, checking with former President KOFI faction say no you be or a darling boy ewo hono. I think he appears as Obia Obetumi Unified Party. Yes,
KOFI, I agree with you. I'm saying anuna kwana ye ka o kan na ye yesa analysis no say ohwe baby ana Stephen Tim efi eba se na odi kan say eye era Akufo and that faction near there. Na say Gabi etimi ebe man that kind of endorsement in there. Na say Gabi is also not doing that endorsement out of vacuum. And yes, sorry, I no boni say maka. Na say nkomo bi akoso between Gabi no fashion and Akufo fashion. Say eba ne say na say Gabi timi ma endorsement of somebody you say oye Akufo faction member there. Na say one way or the other na there is some kind of unification be akoso. Bridge be a closey our honoma a very beautiful bridge. Ayana say I can say a cost to say na and tokwa basic momentum was in the idea now acquire entrenching those factions and the manebasa. But you say we fear now so more cry to say or quite a year. But you say and the man era Stephen Tim that confidence I'm going to make us say this is his time. And the man is confidence in to make us say this is his time because both factions need no idea of that endorsement here unlike previous times now the other factions opposing the KOFI faction ebia there had been his stumbling block. I want to mean cross it, but this time around Gabi Amanosa endorsement he say he is tipping him tells you say that side of the faction had been sealed. It's a done deal. And the man era Stephen Tim ebia Amanosa nkunim die kese abey no krani senia odi kankan me menso ka me kwa about so na makọ 2 times pa na man wini se me kwa 3 times pa the bad thing now after 3 times so there and mom there nothing, absolutely nothing will make me go the 4th time, but he has gone even beyond the 4th time and this time around victory has come. And also just say so one fashion be na enema enko ye emma although ni swadi hunu na o play position be near there ebia o soft stance kakra so near there emma unya attraction towards the other side. It can be a blessing for you.
All right, say ebia na o twen electoral commission na amwa koma atoyem because the year can you say a provisional. The Minister of Information could you upon Chroma tweet
ni tweet.
Yes.
Okay.
I say congratulations to Chairman Tim, General Secretary JFK, and all executives. The elephant is our winning symbol. Time to work together to get Ghana out of the woods and do the unprecedented. And the key among our the congratulations are Ekwama chairman team
and then General Secretary JFK.
So that is a confirmation. Say 7 team has won the chairmanship.
Yes.
And the General Secretary.
Yes. Yes. According to ERA, George Nenyi Anda, our team in team. I am a member of team in team Nuchemwa. Next week and the birthday, so they can't give him a better birthday present than to make him the chairman for the party this time around. And per this post by Ira Kojo Ponkroma, information minister, no, the party indeed has listened and has given Ira Steven team the most beautiful and most probably sought after birthday present ever. He will be a very, very happy man this particular moment. Yes. Congratulations to him. He'll be 64 years on Tuesday. 64.
Wow.
Yes.
Chairman team.
Yes. Can you to know? Ebianka Stephen Asama brought him by a rep of the youth. How do you think that the resonation with the youth to know because the youth will need somebody else.
No, the campaign team. Youth. Oh, share. They didn't say KOFI. They are no in New York.
Okay. Yes. Amayao.
KOFI
Amayao.
New York now or Consular General.
That's right.
The office wow. Or PR. Leaving that job, coming down to take this job. So Becca Sadiamano. The team no. Young guys are believe in the vision, and when you work as almost a baby, and this time they came again to support him, and that gives you most and around them.
Yes,
but he shows young guys, and that is an indication. So between you for
well. That's all right. We'll live to see, and we wish him the best. We wish him the very, very best. And Onankasa jitum prekupe say jumana wo hono eso pa Onankasa jitum say jumana so.
There was a picture be an circulate here. John Boydu are running Pabwa then and I see so. Out to say, Nampabueno Moyeshi. I don't know, sir, that time now or Pekin signal, be saying near Manco, you saying, Ebiana, Tamana resource, and I shall say, Bano. And then a person who says, I time no who say near Manco, Yena, Eja, Pabonomia, Shaman, we nephew, Moana, send way before. Bampabonumba, KOFI, as a contestant, me sure say so much be 4 o'clock and now 5 out in the national pabu up to now still pabu ahye no KOFI me ni nyina fi ahoma che ehye pabu still ehye thankfully no o dey no e different ultimately you na film anytime no one san so sleep in but o share laced one and answer o share eye moke dey no lacing now and o why we na film sir and answer o share laced one Ebianka by this time also we feel sir, but honestly as I stand here I'm feeling pains in my shoes before me background who's a microphone in the my crowd after na me dey me na share me pabo mu it will be normal so pese osisimu ye den pa
osisimu ye den
ai
and I am re
otimi fire ye pa ta share pabo it say
half shoes no
ai very good for better.
Then I don't for Nancy Fempreko.
O say true on.
I don't know for Nancy Fempreko.
Very true.
And then for Nancy Fempreko.
Say okay, John, what do you know how run the power?
Okay.
Picture nini. Wa bre. Mfante for
no.
Wa afuna.
We tell man results no ba no. And I go warrior.
Ofre ne agents na ba ko be say Charlie, what they happen? Yehoah.
Mantaya. What's your picture now? Where they label the picture? Where they would say, oh, yeah, now here with Facebook, so, sir, you Jumbo the picture, give us a caption. Give us a caption.
But Jumbo the end, so Emma, fear delegates, and so, yeah, Jumbo. But who said indication or time more introduce someone? JFK, a Honania Peke signal, and I said no, or form. They didn't buy, you know. I'm young who say no. JFK form no na agent and truly. Who say you told Abanwe and Mekacho say or granting interview a short one or one of the media houses. I am monitor your studios. I say not to say the voice. I nimnoa to say nije womunia dia or de casano. Nanya sa voice na indeed. None the voice no our firm. I'm an amene na ya kwa na monitor say JFK as a voice with the JB as a voice with the our firm. Indeed, I don't know. Maybe the signals got to him very early. Say Enema and Shada and Yesa our grounds as he is expecting. Samaleski or say, oh, JB pointing Amadi Atwasano. Bema, I am
caption Asha Sebano. JB picture now, yes, a man from my caption, and I shall say about no. Almost Bema, I am Ray. As a for J. Samuel say a friend Lau JB Lau, and Simon Ajeman say, then Kaki John. Kaki John, I don't know Shakaki. I think Kaki Meseno, and a brown Kaki. Natty, my JB picture has a Kaki now.
You are kindly requested to come to the podium. Madam Margaret Ajay. Kindly report at the podium immediately. Madam Margaret Ajay. You are requested to report at the base. Yes, now, Era Margaret Ajay, baby, Obiano, Bra, podium is so her. Era Margaret Ajay. Yes, now, the young Ewaha. What dear Ebedi, what dear a here, pa.
Yes, Kofi Abba.
Oh, the Anaba. Okay, Mr. Media Naba. All right. And see, Nana being a Jinasron, the one among no.
As an uncle Babacasa, or no, Uncle Bacasa.
Nana be. Obacade. Oh, my announcement sending Pabuira.
Mention him.
Oh, yeah, but Rakakra. Obise caption, no, your friend E. Levy loss pioneer. And Enoch Ahem crasses. Caption ma John Boyd no bayano entimi pa mini and I'm why me say even Sasante say caption the man say aye gobe
near ko idie
aye gobe was it JB better luck next time and if we Benjamin or they ado.
Bakofi yeah here they been so a bob 4 echo 5 hodne ade no na amount for ayemu a shop kakra so most so say be na wada no asesa we say na sentem nkra bontene so anwumre ni ade ya na nsuo guni ade but so far I'm say wada no so no
yeah wada has been
very friendly pa I am very friendly pa. I do not say na nso na hye kakra but so far no what I know I so nice Nyankopon a boy and a very fine weather. I'm a baby across to Jojo so far.
From one of the electoral officers. The parcels here, Mr. Samuel Anderson. Kindly take your parcel from one of the electoral.
All right, you go so at the coverage, bro, from the Accra Sports Stadium. To say the Bibia Abba area Akase Electoral Commission at the official results. You name that. Akasa wadena no beka keke the aye die efunu nani abie everything is clear and yeah twen say no beba na kasa one bi atraso after that just say bibia abawe all right. Ose Baumia will be crying like this next year. Kwame Nkrumah messenger or sure the buyer. Was a face of JB open any marry. Godfred Osu Debra. We are bad. Was a E-levy loss pani a frame Safo Ajimai. Was a Ashanti region. We are snatching MPP party from Achin people now. We are waiting for Alan. Hey, I do man no maybe I more permutations are far on.
I see they are waiting for what?
They are waiting for Alan. Not just say Omaji party. Samuel Eske say or Pechema won't me any marry. Chema won't me no share yellow be me who baby offer. Whom mama. Yes, no, I can't find it. Kwame na traso me rains ade wa se menya wo mo a jubilate ni bi na ene wo mo akasa 1212.
Okay, Kofi. Wo mo etie nyina ye mamu nyina ache sese de ache kwese no pa mu ne ewo no. Live coverage of a year MPP4 annual national delegate conference. Ekoso a year Accra Sports Stadium. Sese about nina no aba na wiye. Ne kan enso so aba na wiye. Sese electoral commission for and a year twen wo mo say omode a year the final results na official results ebeba na amabaye the official announcement and declaration of winners na yehu baby a susan de body ho no ebekwa akoto na so far ne de enema yakeka bom results and figures yakeka bom ni ade nyina no we have a fair idea how things have panned out. Omodi kunim any omontumi any aye enkunim.
Provisional results are about so far. National Youth Organizer elect Salam Mustafa, National Organizer Nana B, General Secretary JFK John Justin Frimpong Kodia and Women's Organizer and the KJ Mfua Chairman Stephen Ayinsu and Aziz Futa. And so I'm maintaining Nasara until so far there. results are any confirmed, the provisional results are AB and a bit me at the ama order, but here train say easy for the official.
Me Papa 17 na me bona waso. Papa 17 or the 20 years enfie aduonu ana a chase one position. The fifth time I waba obe pre chairmanship ni. Baba mpre num 4 years bia 4 times 5 20 years in order pre one position. Na Bible said you are so funtum that you me heard chi no. Onfatanya wari ahini. Na nado perseverance, truth and courage onya ya okọ ba ko mieru mien so ri ni ye no. Eno kura ye. The example nye ye. We di mpre num me a ebi aka me nko. But this time around, once I make say the fifth time no me ballot no okoda fit. Etina mu no say numerology be crab head in some kura no ade no. Yeah, we ni nyina hu say papa yi. This time around no pa ade. The chance ebeba. Erade hu no mobo na all wave no kura na me head animu a aye so obi e komade na che. No mo na aduan no te ba ko timi enu anu a relax. Ni yam kura si.
Onse obetwa mu ha no.
Ni yam si.
Me the microphone ben no.
O se da bia.
And bisa ne say et saying almost say
eye afidie obehu bobo
almost say eye
kwa me tira me say Bible say the so funtum da de hwere chi no onfata de awurade ahini nanimu anu ha bibia mbapa na bamda omo anu mutu no fo no omkoso ntu no fo omma wo mo na mepe ebe ma wo ho say papa no enfie nan sei ne ho mforo na ombesi ne so amana ko eje ono ane so onta na wo kasa say afoforo fo na eba no enne wo ye foforo na nyame ye wadom na abenya position no a oso suade efidi awutu no ro ho on say election we me bu nkombo ha election a me de we betoto ho tamale. The only difference we ni tamale when say chairmanship tamale ni pa ne koy ba we de na vacant na me bisa mo say senka ni pa no wo ho no ekoy a enka nchi me be ye den enti we no dynamics wo mpa difference wo mpa so tamale no a oru akwabra Japan sabe onya accident obejina ho no omni ka frɛ Delegates John obadi fans ba we ye bo mu din no John Bodu din mi hu yi ana mu JFK su din na tamale e ka ma sembi na sɛ tamale ye nsa na tie dia John Bodu ti beti eti ya betu aba no a me hu sɛ JFK woyɛ oyi akachewu anam sɛ akoyi sabe mesrameka ni frɛ ni so no beto abototo a na wode wa pratena so na sɛ abrante no wode wa hunu ana rumor so e ba na kyerɛ sɛ I had to say, when your mom cry 1,000. Oh, enti bibi a na kyerɛ sɛ ebrɛ no na aso yasa na hu no aso ama hwan aso ama Jasin Kodua dabi enso ya ko ma tio kwame ensem mienu enso ya nkemma ana obi wonom so a ne brɛ nso yi bari pa ko na 2 minutes kura no ma ne ho kwan ma nipa no sa ne ho ete papa John Wari uchimi nkan cham so akọ 2 times akọ 1 time the first time na acting ana na omo ya na sa che o say oba ya oba acting na kwabra Japan na setting afọ bi no ma ya adwuma bi first alle foundation kama ana oba to aso to oba ya no na foundation is solid etinye on na lose a winning election ba me dem na obi oba kasa bia nya adwen ko bi won ma lay foundation ma no na onye badwen ba e collapse otimi to aso uji credit free nsam onye yi now ene olusu election no o say chairman no amwa no adanya ya won semi wan mo a na chairman Fred Blay wasi mawu na o so yi ano bare sense na onya activity no ntimi yin ma bia no na me nua ba pani na bre focus okọ cabinet bia no wada etin semi wan mo a na ye John Bodu na so be yi ano but chairman chairman ya so be yi ano na ye so obi sabio aye ba bi fi na akotete ano now unim say adwuma na wo yama chairman na nye wadwuma ana o general na mu ye ana olusu election no ana abeka say chairman amwame na nyuma bi o ye nti ami ko yi ano no ana ma me hu ye
ba sa na chairman mampanyi bo na baso say party ni grateful party ni bo na baso
mampanyi oni asem bi aka so be bo na baso oni asem bi aka obegina na o ka say chairman no nya kwame kamenu mi ye headline be say ha ye na also kan na waka nti ono a otifie na what results no next time on fa obi kosuo bi say chinchina we ni we na mepe me ma ante say o mampani kan say opewe anase opewe na mum as a journalist me debra ma so ase dem tete ya say or say Ashanti region nipa obetwe di na chi na bi otimi to support ma two people Ashanti region but na bi dey fine to what the amana na bi Ashanti region or the secretary no so be call central sana me tete no and indeed there onua no be kan ye nua gabi oche da ko de niam nyina ba ye no wo man kan hwe no na me say emre bi atwam o e-levy asa oba test waters e ba mu IMF oba test waters e ba mu no and na say gabi oche da ko be ka say president is so munya we ni no obi am yi ano de a president na aka hye na no o test waters no nti na o man pani ti ware no be ka 2 years na aka no a o de be ko no nya ona be ka say upewe yo aka o 2 years yam to so aba ko na wo ko ye wadin say upe formidable team a wo ko no on betimi ade ba ofra ba on be win election ba wo 2 years na wo ko na fa na ba che de opa no de a na nya no kwan so a delegates no omunhua ba to enade o maye no meme party sam nyama sam ba me Ghana ni a obi a akoto aba yi no no ne no ye bi oba ye bi a wet affect me etini ye kasa ne ye kan ye criticize them constructively and yet destructively. It is a NDC for Chemia. Omunhua de bi before aye no ha no mompani from make say when ye betim na adwuma na wa ye grassroots no e den when na betim na adwuma mo mampani from imposo obi a mo so mo na party ya mo dia sab na nado da bia no oba opam chose mo ntwa ba ma no na ono na opam chose mo ntwa ba ma no den ti no ono mom ade obi besim sa mo ntwa ba ma no mi jana na ye beto aba e na boy sene ka say secretary ndo besesan adan ya mo say 1 jombodu amwa wo mo 2 jasin kodua be di ade youth employment as one okoye no wa boys na ma wa mo kura no a na o keka ne nkuranhya no kira say dachi bia no onya di bia bia mu odu esere we no a obabua wo mo and indeed and some keka no anasi Ashanti region for can say omo de jombodu mo gold crown meji but omo ni omo de sabe omo ntu omo nso ntumu emfa aban koshim sika ne ba omo meji na mum omo decide it was between Ashanti region and the youth. Ashanti decided for JFK and the youth also decided for JFK. Na minim say ye wura jombodu no ate de akoso no dia. And then the man who say abi before to aba yi sika to nche kakra. Because ebi ana obi ba be correct me say dia make am boa. E ya tesem ye camera capture bi wa ha. A ye keka ye tete say jasinya 1000 na 2 baby. What they got to we no mo ba ha no. And 1,005 bi so buy from ye wura jombodu. Ti abeto aba no an ehu say 500 bi so ko enti dia metete ani no kora dia na say ye radwombo de bia what 2,000 to ho and ye rajasin ko dia so de 1,000 to ho enti special prosecutor awu adwuma ye make how asem sha say we ran kratem wo dia o say abaye to ti say na tie dia Mr. Special Prosecutor papa kisi ajaben me bo obeti say adwuma ho so frɛ papa bi wo Ashanti region say o ma kire nsemu a dia atete nie kokwame ya me ani anna ho na Ghana ya besi agye na so ne ya beto ekokro mu tse ya menia o ma ni daache on say awia no me kan say sa abatuo ya ekoso no ebe kire ye wie abatuo no a ebe ma ebe kire bibi next time obi obey na dwen so person contest for any position bia no ebe ye careful ekwan obefa so obetoto ne niema because ore abaya delegates na atono ene anwumre ya e kire se omo epe bibia ye omo pese omo send signal bi e de mankrofo bi se e di position ma e hye wonsam na so anwesu ya e betimi ache ne dan krofo tim Dr. Richard Amoakoba kan bi mate se me ayi me ofa asamo aboaten enso akokan bi se anwe ya that balance near they be take over ewo yen positions ahodo because who say Ghana says open position means so niska sa position no yen fe ma but say o hwe dia akoso ne eni anamo a wo mo tu no ha sei no a aka bibi ko mo ba ye na delegates ye o mo adwen from o mo shout o mo ye o mo kan say o mo pe change na nkrofo di so o mo dey say anamoka change no duru wa mo mfa change ne ma mo beji bibi na mo to sent na but na wo mo aye ama change na wo mo ka so wo mo hwehwe no and wo hwe delegates e ka chire ya na we resource na e ba na hwe o mo animu a
who say a true reflection of abattoir omoto yenene eno na echire bibi no eno na ma who say going forward no sabe enkoye te said the first na tie da bia e durumre bia ensachire betimi abam ama enei no ma edi position na ama wo no wo mo nko office nko nkotena ase because wo ko office kotena ase na bobo sika no say na ya adoma next 4 years no dey baba be seat na oba they will tell you say oba en wo anya duma bia and position omwa de onya position no wo mu nya akonya kra ne won kasa biem ti say the first no na wo mo ye no wo say no na ya na nkrofo gina so to aba say a lead ye minimum no a lead ye da bia me frɛ na obefa menenu na tifie menenu na timantemo timami nyina so to aba man obedina so to aba na mo wie afi ofrɛ wa wo mfa afi mpatam ba bi o tekura no otu afiri ho akọ he ba bi e ho ye nice e ho no akọ je e na wo tie wo mo ba na wo pam wo mo wanya sika enti wo bra no asesa ba refi se ensa e di hyenku na no ane e de tie ba bi a chichire aboa no e ho ane e sane
yo pia ma ofudua no
that is it wo so kai no ti niema bi a ye di gina so to aba e wo man no no in the country niema bi enkrofo bi gina so de to aba no ye to aba ma nipa ni wi a no asesa no ba owura fi se sa de no ne ma nipa ni gina so to sa aba no ma ti ba sa the next 4 years obesesa no because obi a ma hu nyina so nye de wo ye no de bia meka say in politics na te se ye di dua ato na amna kese pa da ho na yen a ye to aba no ye ne ye gina ba bi adua no wo no ena nipa na ye to aba ma no no gina ba bi amna no e wo no ye sori so a obeti ato amna no but ye da so gina so e hold nipa no ena ono nso e gina amna na no ena all sana de open all ye kire yen but ye decide ni adwene ba ye ho so ni esori free so a obeti ato amna no teto amna no a next time the edini ba be gina so no ebe hu se yen ya ye gina dua so ye ne wo tumi enti se wan hweye ni ebufu na se esori free dua no so a obeti ato amna no to obeye careful eno ne ekwan ne adwene ho se gana fo e di hye wo mutirim no
owura kan Japan be gina bia wo gina o kai ni sema na ye wura kan de Japan ka aye grassroots now abato no a MPP fa to ne no and I say ho Ghana fo nyina electricity ya to aba Ghana ya so ye rekọ adwendwene ni ehun say sabe ya kofa osono ba e be gina ho sabe o ya kofa ayi aponche be gina ho sabe o mo kan no na e de osono flag ata ne ho a ya ka say ya osono fo nti o ya aponche nti ya koto aba na ma no da bi ya kofa abo bi be gina ho ne ya de chi ya ebutu ni so a it doesn't mean say e free chi ye mu nti sabe o na kuma anya ya kuma na chi ya na so o hye ya koto aba ma da bi da ye sua de ni ehun kwa fa so to aba no mo say na tumi ni kura ye because I say yeah floating voters na kasa o me say any enhye ni third force bi asa da atubi ga be jana no okay nyame o mad mo te o mo no na ko mo form o mo ye pa be formidable ama MPP fo we ni NDC fo ehunu say ya ba to onye tafra wi ase wa na ya obutu a o me study o mo vie ni agro this I say MPP ama NDC na eba and na ya say o manu ma ya den a enko ye a certain NDC be so lazy boot definitely anya MPP be NDC e ti abese omo a nyame ayo omo adom omo nya kukudura omo famra kwan so akoje tumi krata so omo che political party say omo mo mani na ho no omo kika omo mo ye pa na amanyo sem no enya agudie de oba ya ne say onya for me no onya certificate wie pe no okopa ayi what say sponsors when so ko this line okojo no line kwa enya tumi bi no okonya but what register na ni di wo ballot paper so ko ade obenya sponsors na so odidi o man no ho na mo so mo isa anyu from team so mo for mo ye pa no ma kanta sankofo bi edu ya MPP and so babu Ghana for omo fi ni ago say omo ye nku a we anya dia we na eba nti omo say wo ncheni ubekom secretary na o ha say no na danfo any secretary opposition eto go opposition a o firi no ono so ba o say ajo na ase bi kati asa na make the late nyame fa kran say omo papa and this your power yewura se bi kati o ha say John MPP wa power yewura say John o ha say bi kati etimi no mi ye gina bia ni say omo de ye di agora che omo aguro ye ho ache etemra we ye mra o say Ghana for ye to aba ye bi ye ni ehun se tum ni ye kura ye anya se ye woto MPP eti say nei oni message ya forget no ya woto NDC oni message ya forget no essence wo ba wo kwa onye mawo school wo onye mawo onye hwe mawo efie nan sei ana delegates yi obabaji 20,000 during the call 20,000 how many times nobody for 4 years etia na de o ma yi say no cross o mu di owura dwombo du sika e o mo de ya e no mo agi adie na ene ne pabo ayira o TV so no so mo picture no na ni twa so na ne pabo ayira ma kan na to so ade ne nsa frafra mi na ko say ade me nsa next time onya dibra obehunu say ofru ya obi na piano oti a tibi manum ni ofam ansa na beti bi de wa tibi adi na pound na aba fom a omo na be so etiga na fom mu chen they say the akwa ne say ye hua abato nipa no ba na so no odada wa wo tire ubehu odi tumi ne jasin ko dia di tumi na ma ne mo ntronto kwa baba so baba damase oba asem na baka kira mo wa ma efie nan ijaja the corner oba na nye ya girari here Justin ya na de ma unexpected assured mo nyam efie na ya hu asa begira ha ya nyankora brother ya nyankora no maka ma asema cheze mo ka che je bi no ya ne sa pe oban no obi be di ya so a oba dwen ye ho onfa kwa me maka che o say sika o ma che na yi na ke ba kwa IMF sika o ma che na yi ye wura krofo wedem aprapra mo pass ya da bia me ka asem yi enken kwa IMF that is caso come there na do no asem bon ye so mbi so mo say omo ahya se no ke omo wa kwa bi tia se we ye ba election we ya before I conduct no e be reflect on national election general election e be reflect omo ahya se no ke omo wa anyame ya lo free chirako GNDT for ad you are so
okay
all
right announcement.
Secretary and Treasurer, all the agents for the various candidates for the Treasurer and General Secretary, please, we need you up here.
All right. Let's see. So what
yes, you too, Kapa.
Me share inside announcement kakra.
It's my hand over mouth.
There you munso mansa. Me position me hona.
Okay. All right.
That was a quick announcement. Say agents for positions maybe. One more emra. Say ebane say we are. Say obi is inside. Na fe yeji tumu kra. And that is what happened. Announcement. Say no obi atete ha. O hwa ha na. Obi aye bosa kakra womo twen womo awe ni bi kra ya ben womo but o se o ma now so you abon serve the beba eno be kasa sisi and ye twen the official announcement no so we can join them to celebrate. But one key question e bia mo betumi adi ho nkomo e wo soro ho what magic NMA JFK e winning. Because we check a political party via the party, hinge around the general secretary. The NDC, you can't just say Johnson. I say don't get a party near India. Chairman were all right, but everything revolves around the general secretary. NPP before Ninano, that is what has been the case. JFK, yes, party no for Penasempa. People in the NPP, Ushia Mabruno almost you, or you're very welcoming. Obwa Mabruno be, he does a lot for them and all that. But a bad party experience, say organize here. The key question is the qualities not saying is he so strong, say obetumi handle a party difficult to handle to say NPP because academia will be aging hudi will be adding the CV be go and yagro. So sometimes you need somebody or no nonsense kakra. Will he be able to display those qualities? And a question be maybe sir delegate back or no see but your penasem tiatramano. So it's a question that we will have to push to him. Probably be a Kokrana and Penifone or party will guide him in that guy. Say obetumi and then I see ho now we control the NPP just like Johnson Asidun Katia is doing with the NDC. And that is also an area we will have to discuss going forward. Okay. Position myself now.
Yo, Kofi, yeah, that's a papa. Kofi at TSC Park and so. Enti NCBA, you be who say, or Bonkomo Eddie free ho. Na Sabre say, Osha, on say, police na ya let. And I'm the sea in Pinte Kakrabi, Esi Waha, Emma, Posi for, according to our official statement, they have almost so much in Pabako. Ewo the sea in a dream rabinese, Posi for any or Madrin say, Omo ye professional job no. Now Omo person Omo fa Omo so. But no more officers are swat for no ho. And Omo buyer, Omo take you over the situation. I Omo make you one arrest to Omo go so. NTB Omo de and what details near day in our Edibemae. And no more attorney anyway. It is a monitor ewo TV so where ewo Adonko TV on Angel TV where ewo 180 TV. Only say police and omo aligning up ewo agopramano sono na omo protect empanimfo ne onam de asi paint esi ahunu bi paint ti de di kan see no and ama ohun say womo aligning up ewo park ne so a womo protect ballot boxes and afi empanimfo no ye try say the president of the republic his excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo obeba onya bedru awia ansana ya shase na electoral commission for abebobo abano omo baba ni wi a na afi omo ye handing over kama na bibia aye nice nti ye twen say president beba minim omo frɛ omo contest for treasurer position be sina yente treasurer ne de no yente bibia free ho eba omo call contest no any baby akwakoduru sa brinti ye twen say bi e ho no so resource na boboba no ye beti bibi wo ho the last time I check me who say na Dr. China lead kakra wo ho eno wari no
Dr. China
good enti no so abeka ho de ane say eno ano no
ye twan Kofi na ma me twa adwin shi bibi kakra so enipa be 6,700 plus beto abayi any observers central for party faithfuls are oman to aba any asoja police for a man member be 3,000 plus o performances Ghana police 3,000 plus a man member oman beto aba 6,700 plus
and central for count
and central for
observers in count
party sympathizers in count
where
number you buy any your buyer you say ya then I'll catch Ghana police
medical can say e kwan omo fa so omo ye omo adwuma ne no omo ye adwuma so pa so oko outside or main entrance one san we run inside na on say omo abo omo tent bi o e hona omo de omo fidie ni ade ni na begum enti ba omo ba ne no nye personnel keke no omo do mba other side we dey be ameka they say police atra say ye de mema ekohunahuna nkrofo na twam say intelligence sophisticated machines ni ye de ye adwuma no enti on say dey see ye demonstration na no see circle no kwan fa so mu contain situation omo cameras ni ade videos ni pictures a omo nyae no the next time so ye demonstration
the police for no assign na abrantia ba akomenim say there na ba owura inner perimeter ha and you know I think this will be our second arrest said here ohunu field no so ha no okay EC official and
attack EC official no
yes and EC official no and onam osono na chi ho a okono stage ho kra but this one no why lucky police for no anch no womo apam no say onko nachi na ohunu so gina ho a ototo ne nsa no hwe na body so atumo say oyebudo correct pa ne body ne bo no
na osidi etina attack officer no
obetimi apemo
Kofi osidi etina attack officer no
yenya those details me ben no na afi ma hwe say menya those details no amamo a deɛ ho yɛ ne sɛ ofiri barricade n'akyi ahuri asim ohuri si mu no na ɔbɛsɔ EC official no na EC official no so pia no nti polisifoɔ no quickly ɛkɔ hɔ separate wɔn a wɔn ama EC official no asan ɛkɔ ɛyɛ days no ɛso na ɔno ankasa deɛ wɔn apam no ɛma ɔkɔ.
Alright, nti Kofi ɛbɛn hɔ na wama efu details no de esi airport yɛn ma adeɛ ɛbaeɛ no ɛbaeɛ nti na yɛka Ghana police for asɛm ɛno na ɛkɔfa saa nkɔmɔ wei sɛ nso ɛbɛtom ɛkɔ a ɔmafa so wɔn ayɛ adwuma nnɛ no wɔn ɛde abɛɛfo kwan a yɛfa so ɛdi polisi ɛna ɛbɛdi polisi nnɛ wɔ park yi so nti wɔn de drones ɛne camera ahodoɔ bebree baa nti na nyɛ sɛ ohun sɛ mmarima no saa physical men yi kɛkɛ na emom na wɔn wɔ nneɛma bi nso a sɛsi a na obi hyɛ baabi edi bɔnne bi a wɔn bɛtumi akapta no obi pɛ sɛ ɔyɛ biribi a wɔn bɛtumi kura ɛhu no ansa na nipa na ayɛ deɛ wɔsɛ wɔyɛ no ɛno ne the kind of police na yɛhwehwɛ ɛwɔ ɔman mu a seesiesie ɛno nso ɛna ɛhu sɛ COP Dr. George Akufo Dampare sisi ɔde abɛka yɛ police system no sisi ɔhu sɛ nyɛ sɛ yɛ mmarima kɛkɛ wobɛduru baabi wɔ wɔn nipa ni hɔ ɛso ntumi nyinaa wɔn ni bɔnɛ ɔkɔ amɔnɔne ne adeɛ ma nkurɔfoɔ di mmara so no baabi wɔ hɔ a bɛduru hɔ no traffic light na wɔ polisi bi nyinaa hɔ wode atwam kɔ adeɛ nkye no na yɛde obele abɛto hɔ sɛ naano woduru a sɛ wo jampe traffic ne no nkwa sɛ wo jampe traffic no naano wode wo car ɛkɔ bɔɔpɔɔ mu ma ne bui na wɔ sɛ wobɛ report woduru hɔ no wotwam wo car ne nie ne yɛde wo video ne wo pictures akyerɛw yɛkɔ yɛ anim no saa nneɛma na nkurɔfoɔ didi bɔ ne wɔ sumase ne nyinaa ɛbɛgyae because baabi a wɔde polisi ni kɔ seesei no atena hɔ chances nkurɔfoɔ duru baabi ne so sɛ polisifoɔ ne wɔ ha yi nti wɔtena kɔ n'anim ne so sɛ polisi ni bi ani hɔ a na wɔdi ne bɔne wɔtwa n'ani hwɛ a ne sɛ polisi ni bi ani hɔ a na wɔdi ne bɔne ba seesei a yɛnya saa deɛ na bɛka Ghana Police Service no ho no a ama yɛhunu deɛ esi yɛ ɔnaano demonstration na ɛkɔ so wɔn ɛkɔ toto aboɔ a ne nka wɔn gyi sɛ first ne nka polisifoɔ bɛ rely ɛwɔ yɛn yɛ so yɛn ne nka edi videos ne ade bɛkɔ akɔbɛ edi wɔn ankasa wɔn means a wɔn tumi nya videos no a wɔn akye suspects bi a ne nyinaa no wɔn ɛhwɛ ayɛ wɔn adwuma etu no bɛboa yɛn ama yɛkɔ yɛn anim no kwan a yɛbɛfa so yɛbɛbɔ ban ɛwɔ kurom ase no ɛhu bɛnyia pa ɛkɔ adwuma wɔn ayɛ no wɔ ha no yɛbɔ wɔn aba so wɔn ayɛ adeɛ papaapa wɔn atoto wɔn nneɛma yie a unsa anɔpa no yɛba no duru gate hɔ a wɔn kyɛke o sɛ eni wo kwan sɛ owura mu a kwan fa sɛ wɔn ne wo bɛdi nkɔmɔ no biribi ɛma ɔbu nfu wɔn ahante o kama na wɔn aka kyerɛ sɛ instructions na yɛde ama wɔn ɛna wɔn de yɛ wɔn adwuma yɛbɔ wɔn aba so sɛ de wɔn asi akɔmpɔto wɔn ho nnɛ no yɛ expect sɛ programs edidi yɛ anim a ɛtete sɛ biara wɔn bɛba hɔ biara no wɔn bɛ exhibit saa professionalism wɔn exhibit no wɔ ha sei no na wɔn adwuma no wɔn akɔ so ayɛ no kama sɛdeɛ wɔn ɛyɛ no na aboa yɛn ama yɛtumi ama maintain peace because wɔhwɛ sɛdeɛ esi hyɛ ase wɔ hɔ no a ankane no ɔhwɛ anka bɛgye yɛn nsam sɛdeɛ ne binom ebu si afu ɛwɔ hɔ ne ntɔkwa ne adeɛ hyɛ aseɛ bata kwan a wɔn fa so a wɔn acte yɛ wɔn crowd control tactics bi a wɔn de bɛwura mu no aboa paa ma biribiara nso etumi ɛyɛ kama ɛwɔ hɔ eti kudos to the Ghana Police Service.
Kofi park no so dan na ɛkɔ so Kofi
park no so far no still stand still info no nso ana mo sɛ men check no yɛ check yɛ na kyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ EC official no baako ɛne one of the vice chair I don't know sɛ ɛne yɛ announce ɛna wɔn di nkɔmɔ a misunderstanding kakra ɛbaeɛ a ɛne nti na wɔn ankye no no nti polisifoɔ no ɛne no akasa ama asɛ wɔyɛ den announcement bi okay agents na wɔn gu so ɛfrɛ wɔn national youth organizer agents okay ma me ni nkɔmɔ kakra ɛsɛ deɛ kɔɔ so no me nua wɔkɔ deɛ ɔbɔ kɔpa me nua.
Let's have you up there. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, say and Sabeka Kofi na wedding komo edi free. Park no so or down yeah was to onu de wasi fam or park no so. Enti yeah say betimi a connect Kofi bim na de air course ho no ama yahu safei e na wa be kan ho a ABN say de si share mo boss results the air course bi a de be mamo no ho adwuma eni eguso a ye de abesi sabre Kofi.
Okay, yeah, for me to one
ka fi yo se to kapa. Yenwe say ye be san akọ hobiem ni akọ akoto aso e de afro nti yeguso a ye say ye be connect line no na ye ne Kofi ato aso e de afro enti say de aba no mo ato awie safe no abeka yen ho a bibia aba na wie ye akase easy ankasa be ma me hu the official results na or the line.
All right.
I think my
okay now, right? Okay. Minia boko there.
Boko paminia.
Okay. Your camera na was running nti da we ni kakra e ma me na ye ni nkomo. Ye hu say post for tete montem wa ha. Dey na na e ko.
Minia enye ne bone ohun. Aban na ya to wi a ye kan. Wa wonim say kan vice candidates so ye kan wo mabana. Ye counting na esanso tally. Nti omu wie ye no there was difference between agents figures of manya and then the presiding officer nanya. Nti agents ne ka say nka presiding officer no san kan abane bio. Waso onimra obesan dia kan bio na ono wabre. Ohia ye na e dey nsensem aba ho.
Okay, no calling for recount.
Only calling for a recount. Presiding officer say oni adaja obey a recount.
Metie was me na kasa count no ye we bi a ye nyan kan wie.
Yeah, that's all kind vice chairmanship, no.
Vice, okay, no wonder, sir. Position no yenya figures be so far. But
I say a vice chairmanship, no, yeah, you're two abano ma candidates me and son. Candidates in 10. You're two abana manipa 3. This only patron, you're two abani we are, ye be count here. As I say, a votes in our the same sheet no so no I feel a presiding officer na befa na waka on this paper you tuma for example candidate 1 2 3 nti na mo tally out ho nti ye wi a na di na bom ansa na ye declare results for that particular police station no nti wo hwa tally na mo ye no ene the presiding officer na ye no emfa enye the same nti omo ka say aba na sa de ane presiding officer na san kan aba ni bio o say de bi ontumi kan na wabre. Okay,
but me who say EC officer no, presiding officer no, wafa osono echi ho eko echi ho. Na police for they say the bibia to the
oh bibia to.
But still more person osan kan bi.
Oh yeah, for the counting they have to count it again because no. Nipa koye campaign several months was say sika bebre. Na nne obese di ababa ko na mienu bi biti nipa no. This is you can say a vote you win with simple majority. So who are the highest no who your first vice chairman? Who are the second highest? Who your second vice chairman? You be third highest third vice chairman. I don't know say a penny pa me nsape. Nti one wey any nipa na other candidate the one vote a beat you. Nti say kind say who say what the yan kind here. E say who call for a recount. Nti I think they have a legitimate case. They have to call for a recount and we are insisting that the votes must be recounted. It must be recounted.
Okay. So far the na banana why na enya. Who was leading?
Good. Candidates near 10. So far 3 agents and a different figure with the electoral presiding officer. 3 agents for 3 different candidates. So those 3 agents for 3 different candidates are calling for a recount. So it is not the case that Nipa
candidates for why.
Candidate for Alhaji Usman and the person who was number 1 and number 3. That was number 1, number 3, and number 10.
But why not number 1?
Except that I was only interested in my candidate number 10, Alhaji Masaud Usman. Yes, and so I only know the number 3 to be Talata Sobaire. The rest I don't know.
Okay, but Sobaire figures not the same.
Oh, she's doing good. She's doing good. I think there's no way. Well, they are all doing good, except that I'm only hoping for my candidate.
Okay, I understand. And to say more train recount. That just say, and then I'm so far. Is me and far full wearing your
exactly so. Omutimi County and Niviana agents agree with the results now. And one is on the coalition no or declare results now.
That's it. Kwame, that is the information I pick free her. Initially, na ya say apia na ya train or mampeni and as penny phobi and sana ya declare. But per explanation, yenya necessiano. Not just say vice chairmanship position no, and akwa recount and misunderstanding with regards to figures no, because I want to say basi a trouble no, obinya 100, obinya 90, obinya 80 ya. Dunya 100 no position on number 1. Dunya 80 ni number 2, and dunya 60 no, number 3. And that is the information. Okay. Yeah.
Jimmy Bochiansa. Yeah.
Yeah.
Me a delegate, me a research and elections officer for Nshaisu constituency Kumasi, and I'm a member of the communications team for GFK in the Ashanti region.
Good. GFK. With your background, what did you do so special? Because for somebody with Adrenkesi to say John Boadu, na assistance now, Mochimi a criminal show, and the margin and yet too wide, and the ma a yehu kakrano, and why do you think Mochimi
right? Did the kind mammy and Awasi na Minchi Obibia Uti and Asoshe. The toss bills mefa asada sonko efama otwede mpon yankopon eye ne pe na yehudi yehuni CCA de meka nyina ne say GFK as a candidate obi a onye difficult say obeton no because why party adwuma na che
why party adwuma no he
in the Ashanti region as a regional youth. He was a deputy regional youth organizer, and then he became a substantive regional youth organizer ahead of the 2016 massive victory that we had as a party that brought us into power. But a lot of people outside the Ashanti region might not have known him before he became the chief executive officer. So he's been part of the party, especially when you're part of MPP within Ashanti region. Then it means you are a notable person and not any other person or not any other position than someone who commands the youth within the Ashanti region for the MPP. Yeah.
Maybe start this question because a question that Yajimwa Yebobo who say the general secretary position in a political party, and in fact chairman position no cry or but share nipa why pivot a party no on a general secretary now from MPP crime and then the NDC or you'll be or to me stamping the foot or to me bullshit nipa be when they are trying to have their way or to me a year Jumano I control the party.
Didi kind Mamina was on that question. Your individual personality traits. You are Korea, Ayobia, or Brennan was one tenor, Utumi free na brabo manase, Utumi free no, and and your side of the world. So you'll be a Obren once here. You say, Wemre, and then Nemaka crowd or Yen Wahanum say now. It tells you, say, or you'll be a Jumano, which me a Sabas will be a bibina in 3 years. Or Becca and the Chini Panana say, maybe I was here the better. And the messenger or the bar for this particular election, I think it was the magic. Say MPP, you know, a man for see, a student Ketia, it was MPP, no beer, and any thing to say student Ketia. But the point in say, when situations are no Musiano, maybe this is IPAC, and IPAC, and you call a quiet dialogue. You go to blues, and go to any thing. And the party stand nye wo stand as a general secretary party in the stand and now the year then okoko defend it. And then as a lawyer for about 7 years now want to me defend the party now why be able to defend the party now. So the caliber of person now you know I believe say a woman turn am and you be so and some go so want to me a grassroots commander now we see chinyading right from the days I know a deputy youth organizer TESCON KNUST regional youth organizer RDBC ne our year the chief executive officer of the youth employment agency who see kodu amana ngase kosa akwa ka kresen hono be di amount esene no pa ade mama and youth no that is what we want to see ye pe obi a inim se bi nipa no ni bi kura na kitikiti kura ni kucha na ode be yeren ode be mawo and going into the 2024 election no you can say John as educated aboa NDC emomori in 2009 2008 sorry or momori in 2012 but with the experience from 2008 and then 2012 they couldn't win 2016 I had the worst defeat in the history of the under the Fourth Republic and necessarily interest say you did John Bodu 2024 no just say what experience no say a student get tempo to me lose 2016 but bro win 2008 and then 2012 there let's just say there is no research and there is no basis sorry the best me guarantee say John Bodu now so bit me win 2024 nti ye beda e mebu na se ye beda e ma me no mase ye beda e papa no mase wo ekwan mo fa so mu sokodua mo various constituencies or core you know one unique thing about Kodua and say during the campaign period no aspirants no omuko be bia no magada constituencies in one place Kodua decided say obe back constituencies no individual office he will come and look at your office he will come and see the problems in your constituency I said the situation on the ground and that was one remarkable thing baby to say manso udotobri manso kwanta and those areas no e kwan nye ndi wanya careful obeka so munyina mesia obekwai be wanya sa he went to udotobri he went to manso kwanta he went to bekwai he in spite of the bad nature of the road he made sure say we visiting all those places and okohonoma and problems usually when you mix them up to become problems no but individually when you meet them they are able to communicate with you and if it will be honoma what the man but if you will can ye we will do about me I can say and church and Sunday morning it's a better be ask Greater Accra region, Eastern region, OT, Western North, Western region, Ashanti region, the Savannah, all these regions, we are grateful to them because could your victory, you know, is not only from the Ashanti region or the Greater Accra or the Eastern region, but from all the regions. You be done when you know say, or da on my show. Na your president, your papa so, you be done as a pa, a choir of Fasua. Or support to Jumedi Koso party in some of the go say a breed say ya first and one to one the elections committee issues by ya candidates in raise year album once and some even just come for ya mama metua in Junction Bedaso Yinano Yabedo Munyanasi because we believe said they know the right end and to know my yama and a day everything has been smooth and talk a BNC waha EPI very very successful. It's about them people for us. About that opposition for some of them address and so as. About that Ghana for you now as. But us.
Yeah, that's a pass. So, okay, say you know me who say a brand no so bra a show a war one ne. You know, yeah, bread but my idea. Yeah, that's a pass. So, all right. Enti na enchemuno enono. You go so ewa ha yeah change say. Yibenya official figures no na fe yetumi ade bibia aba awiye ne yetumi afi akwakwada asode kokora asokora ewom
Kwame messing about her, but before then, no, you are 17. Our winning chairman on the campaign team, no, or Baba Kwana or Kaho, Madam Jinani say, Mammy, you come running a worry mono, no, auntie, and Pomboko there.
Menua, Bibia Boko, and Igiemu, a Rusiemu, and Asiemu, any war.
Men finding out. Udi first of all.
Me pacho, me di Lady Vera, na me ka ye papa Stephen team, campaign team no, me spokesperson se ne baako, mano e wo campaign a nyame adaro mane adwumaden ne abotre ne ahobrase nyankopon so aka delegates akoma ama omohu vision a ye de ba ye papa enti omato abano ama ye bum ama nkunimdie aba.
All right. Mama share yene bidding komo delegates ni bi no. Omo say e ka asa 7 team chairman. Wansu. Oba first question. Oh, MPP for na mayemo den. And so there is a belief that sympathy votes e work for him pa. Was this a strategy?
Me pacho ni ameka ne say enye sympathy ni no mo share. No mo share message na ye de call ye no. Ye chirechire mu ema grassroots fo no omo eye esi ahene ene omo eye etu ahene fo no say ye papa Stephen Ayesu in team enye say bia ehumobro na say eno ne ye hwehwe say omo nhwe na say bi wo hwe obi hu ehumobro na nipa ne ntimi nya adwuma na say wo koya na wo bae na emom ye hu say party ni mo no binomo ase oma toba ha kakra broni beka say apathy kakra yesim ena niema kakra challenges kakra bi ewom na papa ye obi a wo hwe osom a wasom na wakọ 4 times oyo bi kura nkobeka say party ni kra bi a mejae ba wo hwe adwumaden 2016 secular communities okoye adwumaden ma ye nya 169 seats na 2020 a wanya sa ahokwanya na etimi lose sa seat ni nyina na wo se the chairman ne ma na MPP ye betimi aye adwuma enya more seats de toso mienu oyo obi a wo hwe na obetimi ama party no obi a odi ye obi aba together ye friend nkabomu ana unity ni odo a emu odu ena fe wo hwe party for welfare ese eye omo eyedie party for yedie se obi bia oye party ni se ebia wo party wo power na sese wudi ya ubi asa ebroso sa na ema ni nyina nhihye a ode to honom na wo pese bia wudi wehia de nso to bia panyi anim beko headquarters ni nyama bebrebe enti eye vision a eda nanim a opeso ye na party no eye the most attractive political party in Ghana wo mukra any MPP mo no before 2024 number be kan ho na finally so message ye de ma omo no say party no ema ye presidential candidate bi a won be ye nkogina obi afa but say party no candidate bi a won be ye ama ye no edwuma bia ahobrasie mu esese ye ma Ghana fo ehunu say ye be som no ni emot amaya ni etimi a break 2024 no eno to esi ahene fo na koma so papa ehun se papa ye nim kura na nke ye de ne ba ntama ka bia 2020 election kura na ka bia ye nya 190 seat kura enti sa message ni vision na ode to wo manim eno ene to makoma so a omo to abane bum e de ma ne sa no.
All right, enti say my next step yes ye be flag bearer make my next step a year MPP wedding komo kakra no plan B how the flag bearership we say nebeko
nyame anim nukure ni papa ne yo bi a chese ena make say esese nka oba ntemba nyame nim ne oye wa hu se ye be ye history o Ghana 8 years na amemu na e Ghana no this is the first time MPP ana say amanyokuo beko beyond 8 years no enti papa e de niema already no niema esi nanim de di nkan wo hwe se party ne ye nyina ye sori waka ye keka ye ho eye baako obi biara eye omo party no mu dada omo ani efi omo ana ye executives dada omo post na free won nsa omo nim ni omo ewom ene mrante maba woni nyina obi asori waka efi say so omo nyina bakura na MPP for vote ne nko collectively nko atimi wi ni ye elections na eno so be ma attractiveness na ba nti candidate ne de esi ahene fo na enne omu atu abanama ye papa Stephen Ayesu intim no eye the same esi ahenfo no e na beyi candidate na maye enti ni obense obema free and fair na bibia akoso kama eno na dana koma so na esi ahenfo na nkasa onchichiro bia ansa ne edaw makoma so se o maye leader no ono na esi ahenfo ni beyi na ma no na afen wadi yenim amya ye adwumaden na se nipa netimi aye the next president of the republic.
Mineba ebeda asipa wodini bio
me pa cho Lady Vera na me so me dawo ne wapamfo ase ne adwuma pa moye edema oman Ghana nyame nhira mo bebre
nhira so Lady Vera ena yene no edi enkomo no from the camp of Honorable Stephen Team ena yene di enkomo yoda so ewo inner perimeter ha na sede ohunu no books no wo mo hyase boaboa ano egu table no baako eso but still you train vice chairperson Dibreno said ye hwe no ohunu se ye hwe ni mu se bibia betumi atoto na kwanu se recount na se koso a o hwe mensa benkum so ha ye hwe se ni nyina betumi akoso then after no declaration bia ese ekono na electoral commission etumi ede ni nyina atodwa kwa me obesan asom wo soro wo mesan abasesia na afi ya sign atwa enkomo no so abra ye boa nipa ni bi ano o hwa a bi agina de ade che eba ma hu se oni ali baba asore but quickly no mamenti we emfamfiri o mfa nche me diaspora fo no wo mo aba no figures na eba no so far aja e makwa
ejo so bra kofi
empombo ko de
adom no mpai boy ho ye pa
ye fro sign
e from Isaac sign MPP Middle East branch chairman
Isaac Osai Middle East
Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, Iraq, Middle East ho yin nkro ho yina
nti ufri Iraq na ba ya na say
me wo Qatar
oh okay oye oil adwuma na anyway I know just by the way yenhwe mo de no e ko sen dodo no mo ni kire kwan so
oha dodo no em say chairmanship side no in team enya dodo no na ohe secretary so GFK enya dodo no say dem
o da bi me ka mo kokos na mo bae no mo
de ne say ya na edu bibi say ya yetenase as enya say bia o ye chairman ntina say de obeka na wo say ya adwuma woni executives
face camera ma me na wo so
woni executives yetenase na mo adwen ho say okay ade aye ekoyi hwan na wo say ye den ye de ma no so yetenase aye adwen ho no na intim na mpanifo no ene ye nyina akọ adwen krom say ye de yemfa ye vote e ma no ene say secretary side no so no kodua ene ye adwen say ye den ye de be ma no nti so far no baka ne say ye ba ye no wo ha odum say mabre pa executives na temachi enye easy but the ehwe no de em say eno ana enam kwan so a ba no ana say aba no so and good
the way how you sure say to my JFK
oh ana me sure say enya ade a me am gina hayi as a chairman maka say obi a bia niama eye yin na make us ade a I mean yetenase any planning I mean
mo planning ma John Boyd na JFK
oh yetenase and say majority ni say yentoma JFK and say the maker now and no just say we chairman dia unu executive say na say mu take decision no mka say a o say da bi say na me pede dodo no beka no eno na o say o ye na say da bi no odwumadi no so ne omo no bibia so atimi akofine enti de me mpanifo no dwen ye say yenye no saa na em say ye omo so na timati say the maker no enti bibia say the I say and ye kita 12 delegates any de buy enti I mean you can imagine and ye bibi ba ko no aka say bia say na say enti bibia dodo no kan na ayesa
Ghana for wa control se ka se economy ayeden a eya tutu ye ni ahwe de eya mo ka fi se pressure no buy so ha ye ta frefrem wa control se mo mane na efi ayeden economy no mo assessment e wa control any say
eya Ghana ha na se ba bia yen ye wo no oh so far no em se de ye nyina ye nim no Obia was said you see you no be so wa. Yeah, and apart from you know NDC for munim sa de ne tuntum fita kura ho say tuntum propaganda and diabolic near maybe ayo mo ye no. I mean, oko Asia, oko ye Middle East ho, oko Europe, oko USA. Masa niama enye easy. Ma because COVID ne ba ye no wo Ghana.
Maybe I no niama to say.
Oh, baby, I'm one enye easy because I quite
sure.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, I quite remember. Say, I mean, years back, I can't. Now, kita honum sika be 50 reasa. Ye nipa memma be for be a weekend a yanko baby and yet me dija. E wo more ebe nu aduani edi me bika. Be na ya me no kase me nko asa me ko dija. E wo se me de be 200 reas. Eye den, e koto 200 reas na ba almost 4 point something. E wo Ghana. So, iti enye easy. Niama mu engo sa. Be ya na sabe bebre adwen yo mo so. Oh, abrochire dia na ho de omo ho ato omo pa. Yes, it is true. Oma ko manim e wo niam bebre mu e chen ye. But as at now, say the we ase no niam e ko sese de. Ba bia ni ho a e ho no majo. In fact, ye ho no so so e de e kan even though so mo wo natural gas ne niam bebre no. Niam ye easy. Te say years back, I mean time am ko ho no foforo no. Said de na niam te sese niam te sabiom. Niam asesan kakra. Let's have a beer in more than kakra.
All right. That's you better train na declaration you na jubilation shall say me say obe jubilate you say jubilate you had be say otoma na say one to amfa amano enti yeguso ewo ha ye de coverage no bro here ni mu say empanimfo e de final endorsed results no ebeba omunya ede eno eba wie pe na chese bibia toto na kwamu finally no ye betumi akopa ba bia ahome maintenance kakra na msisi kura mi ya honest family from here ya why na fe yenhwe ye say very soon, very soon results no ebeba because I think say hey, still amuguso, yeah. Asemo. Honest, monfa weni ni mechi na me hwese metumi aben ho. Na ya how account no. Kwana. Me phone share we mu nkura ma me. All right, eguso. Just your day coverage, you know. Bro. Maybe say me to me. Ako baby one more say one be recounting na yet to me Eddie and Como. Oh, asem kroya asem krok ben party no say ombe to me executive. Na omo edi party no enim ya yi di aka ni na vice hono na ohunu se akoye twema metwe kakra enti se recount no se which type of count no they go so share how things are going omunya nwie so far abatro na nkasa ne de na omo atubibia awie di aka no the counting process no enti the counting process no and akobase probably this recounting eba so washa and check kra and gidi kakra bi esi ye ewo this side ma ye buy e share said ye etie but it looks like very soon no won betumi awie that part no na yetumi declare officially say chairman 17 and wedi enkunim na ya secretary ahodo no so wo mo position na chese etumi awie bibia na fe ya share said ye niema etie enti yeguso ewo ha police for no strangely as wo mo asan atake position foforo wo ba animu enche kra na fe wo mo asan announcement today. Agents now no efre Ali Baba so mama na afi ene ebi eni enkomo kakra
kofi mama som na mensa kaminu akwebe se colleague journalist wa ha awuni
yamna domo
what the MPP conference na mo congress ase ache papa ene uhu omo keka no ene omo ne ma nyina asan
ene the me hu say there was this wind of change na obia expect say but it was within the delegates now omo into this auditorium Accra Sports Stadium, because who follow MPP congresses this is a congress they wanted to do overall and now overwhelming changes in the executive positions, and in fact the airline say incumbent general secretary was going to get it this time around, and I know it's on the way, but before the congress started, HSA the delegates wanted to kick him out together with some other executives, but the shocker of it is the general secretary being booted out at this time and then ahead of the 2024 election. So Obeka say the wind of change was there for us to see from a delegate's point. Utimu say even me a chance at all with one of the aspirants or in the race, even though Onoko successfully. Album ebia obehu say grounds no nyɛ ma but sika bi and now with your funding bi now they are far na what we need. But this time around the delegates were adamant as the Ashanti region are the stronghold of the party. Say they indeed without their support the MPP will not be in government, and indeed they came and showed it here at Ohenijan Stadium and Accra Sports Stadium. As we speak, General Secretary John Bodu were relinquishing the position to lawyer Justin Kudria, and then that of the women organizer already, that one was a foregone conclusion. Then the chairmanship at long last 5 times or 5th time in trying, 17 Stephen Ayesu team Watimi Anya had the chance to lead the party into the 2024 elections. And again, who called the youth organizer, so a new entrant in the sense that Nana B is stepping forward to the organizership. No, na ebe here say ebe elect to be. A lot of mantras, SM Shatter Movement, Salam Mustafa, and then that of the Obiabi Didi Peche and Obiabi Didi Abanga Fuseni, Omina by Pope, hoping Pope. But unfortunately for Salam, our vice president office, Otimi Edun Kunim Ewoho, and then we call the first vice now. I want a slight change be a yaba because Matisse Bute from the central region. Ebeye first now Asobare is likely to go to second vice, and then third vice is Obitima Koma, any of the aspirants. I think I almost saw to so because this particular year the 2022 edition of the MPP Congress a chair new be and no now a chair no say don't take the party member, don't take party foot soldiers for granted, because they were most of the complaints are Mate Bibriaka the fact that John Bodu or who say like Ombat headquarters, our background on Shadanche now and or the private office, or who say a man from who's a private office now assign could be another private office. So now he was not accessible, and aside that people very close to him, the arrogance level was too much. And again, and now Uncle NTS John Bodu or appointed director of finance and admin Collins Newman as in the ministers in his government as general secretary also yourself contest national treasurer, and Matis or no crana any last out of the positions now call for the treasurership and then Abanga Fusini I don't know one of the in the 8th so Eba say over contested, so most of the delegates because we could now say Abanga on 30 or about 4 V8 and no be I don't know but Nina at this but the long and short of it is so far so very good. It has ended successfully as in most elections. Won't mean I say it's acrimony and now there's Yaubina Obi Ekumu. So but the long and short of it is that the MPP, the New Patriotic Party, the governing party, almost 8 years since the turn of democracy in the Second Republic. That's their second time of serving. The first time was former President John Kumku for over 8 years. Nana Akufo-Addo so 8 years. Already they are in the 6th year and they want to break the jinx. In team, promise and our pledges say Oba, he will take the party back to government again, or he will let the party to be in governance in 2024. And at long last, delegates no 8th year, 5th time in asking. Oma Domnama this year wedding kunim. So this is an election. I check. We pray late Sir John and County say fear delegates, and indeed they not amount for expecting say a bit more but say Ibia will be discovery winning because they bring championship no be or contest or tria about 500 between 12 million between they bring so like I say delegates need they bring enyanska but yembo the security now because everything went on very peacefully. There was no, there were some few fracas, but no, it goes with elections. And Obetibaka says, so far, so very good. The NPP has conducted themselves very well. They have elected the leaders that will be spearheading their cause to break the 8 in 2024. And the long and short of it is that Omaya there, it has been peaceful. We have new crop of leadership that will be in the next administration. If you are making a case for women organization, you were the same Kate Jenfua in there. You were new chairman in the shape of 7 in team. You were new general secretary. You were new organizer. You were new youth organizer, and then you were new first vice chairperson. It looks likely to be Bute or Free the Central Region or so. So the long and short of it is, it has been an excellent conference. And if Menka Ekrana, the last I think 2014 in Tamale, Nameno Eko Honum, I mostly started at the buyer, but before then, some of us have followed the 2010 in Babayara in Kumasi, and then prior to that, we had others that were held in different areas. So, Alibaba Obeka, but it has been a successful leadership. They should be at the service of the party faithfuls because there is party no so Obana once every 4 years in the bar, you be 2 to 7
well. John Awuni. John a journalist. What sounds a historian Kesepa. What the Amano Cemetery Chapa. Adi by on Betuabe. That the things in say presidency endorsement B. Not just in Korean count. Open some balance in regional. International Shanty Nanka presidency eta Nanabiachi. To the man or Ashanti region, you know. Now, on to call a tribute back with our Ashanti region. It's your inanima Justin Korea. It will be a presidency enter Justin Korea. Now, delegates at take a decision. Signal Ben send your man penny for Moka, non person in Posun.
I think this is victory for the party, the New Patriotic Party, because if Crawford few and our leadership and our presidency, only few. Ebe detective say omo pese way etimi representing this region now representing the party not the party delegates omo dosu ako overwhelmingly for omo favorite candidate send this signal say these are the caliber of leaders they want because fancy anka presidency there no echo bama it would have been a different issue. There are so many stories regarding this whole thing because even one of the information I miss and say presidency was favoring the candidature of one of the aspirants, not 17, and then presidency Asia, some of the MPs they Eka said no this time around in team time. I saw in team. So yes, now Kodria wasn't the favorite candidate from the presidency. They wanted at least experience Yomgodu to continue because elections of this caliber. Because of from 2016, 2020, because of from the youth organizership as a national youth organizership around 2008 about 2010, every mini organizership Ediba acting general secretary to general secretary substantively from the 2020 elections to date. So now that experience going to the 2024 election. But the party felt that yes, experience, more chance of winning experience. And again, if the party suddenly want to support him and make him the general secretary, it means going to the 2024 elections, the party again will come out in their numbers to support the cause of whatever he is going to lead into the battle in 2024. So yes, but the party has spoken, and if the party being the strong force of what we have today as presidency, Omar Kasa say Abrantier and this young lawyer Justin Kodia from JFK for short say lead the administrative head and the administrative wing of the party, the new party now. Obeka say a victory for MPP, not victory for maybe a selected few that were trying to dictate as to how the leadership of the party should go. So it's good. And Obeka normally after the second term of the president of the party in power, Obeka need that absolute control. The delegates normally have the free will to decide because they think that yes, party in the area, make it government. So if government now imposes some candidates on us, we will also speak and we speak with our thumb, and that is what exactly happened at the Ohenijan Stadium today, this very morning. The official authentication of the results, they back out the way forward. But for now, make us a victory for MPP delegates, victory for MPP grassroots. They have spoken. I must say leadership going into the 2024 general election. So the presidency should take it in good faith. At least if the majority has spoken, there's no way you should have an issue with it. But it's victory for MPP in general.
Results not surprise you.
Surprise
before say but now all predictions to say a surprise.
For me, I make grounds, I cover programs both sides. My cover programs are Justin Kodia, Afre journalists. My core grounds, me share delegates, me share for Mokasa. We did and say and I saw the signals, but because I'm not a politician, I'm a media person. All I do is that I sell information, I share information, and then I put it out there for people to read. So, because to some extent, it hasn't surprised me a lot because the signals were there. Even to some extent, my practical example be say, one of the aspirants what we need a quarter in Greater Accra. You corner your boat Nidia na almost side in the Empesebete, and there were delegates. Aspirant there. One of the aspirants in the first vice positions. So, like on a tour, we saw the signals, but because incumbency is such that you can't just use 2, 3, 4 constituencies and make it your conclusions or your final determination of what's going to happen. So, if I say maybe those were just some isolated issues, but going forward to some other regions, it was the same issue. And again, one of the mistakes are say now the incumbent General Secretary John Bodu and say or rely solely on the regional chairmanship and the regional chairman, and most of the funding and the allocation of resources for the campaign echo directly to the chairman with the intention that he was going to get the votes. But when I want him say to do that level, the delegate is powerful as the chairman, because if the chairman know one vote, because the Kotuma way John Bodu now or corner for JFK, there's nothing you can stop, because we are friends saying the voting ballot area. So the signals were there, but because of the incumbency and the tricks in our elections, because if for nothing at all, in 2005, the current chairman elect, that is Stephen Ayesu in team, at the Congress grounds, I think in Suyane, the whole media platform, the whole campaign grounds, it was shout Stephen team, vote McMahon. And also to the extent say McMahon 17. The next 4 years, which was around 2010, it was all over 17. Then and the next 4 years again, 2014 in Tamale, it was all 17. 2018, 17. Just seconds to the and a few minutes to the election, the whole thing changed. And then the Chairman Blee Edin Kunin, and this time around it was still 17. But fortunately for him, he has been 5th time lucky. So because of those scenarios of 17 always getting close and not winning, now signals, but I was still saying okay, let's see how it goes, because delegates, as let's John will say, fear delegates, and then and leave the ghost to go freely. So because I saw the signals, but because delegates are very complex, there was no way I could have said that maybe seen but there were some other positions. It was very clear. But being a clear women organizership, and then there was that 17 going to win. Then we had the youth organizer, which was fairly balanced. Salam, Yebonidi, Yebo Abangadi, Yebo Poop as the front runners, and then we call the first chairperson's position. So now Obete Asobare, and then one or two people coming in to make the number. And indeed, this time around, Asobare is dropping to, I think, the second chairperson position, and now the first vice position. She's coming to second vice instead of first vice, because I understand Chairman Buti from the Central Region fought that first vice position. So surprising, yes, it was. I saw some signals, but as a media person, it was always very difficult to say because the delegates are very complex, and this very election has taught a lot of aspirants and has taught incumbent position and like incumbent executives a big lesson that going forward, respect your delegates, respect your grassroots people, respect your party followers, because when you take the position, don't go and sit somewhere, avail yourself to them, let their problems that they bring are attended to, so that next time also call Moho Bioma, they will give you another mandate and they will renew the mandate. So so far so very good. I don't think it's so surprising, but to those who have lost, they were very surprised because of what they have put in terms of resources, campaigning, because the chairmanship, went to every delegate be a 500 Ghana cedis. So if I say that means you want to be crown 500, because be 12 million, 40 million and whatever. So that tells you they actually wasted a lot of resources. So Basia who seek a that kind of shock, say what want me and winning, but because it has the signs, the signals were there that they were going to be overhaul of the elections in this national executive position, and indeed it did happen. So because delegates have spoken, the MPP delegates have spoken, the MPP grassroots, those who follow the party from time almost starting the polling station level elections to the electoral areas to the constituency to the regionals, and now the national has been climaxed. So with unity of purpose, now they have to come and sit and then see how they can tackle the 2024 elections, breaking the aid or continuing the governorship of this country as a party, the new patriotic party.
The General Secretary elect JFK, among force way too calm on Pekasa, MPP Kuya Omuhia Hama. I say Obia Ninsemu thing, and I was say Udi Omoso. But a branch lawyer on Pekasa, ne star no aye boko. Ujiri say obetimi edi omo break 80. Sabria ewiase nyina ye wonwona ya economy sema bamu a ne ye di party amanu ebeboa no.
Ujiri say ebeboa no because going to 2024 anya obi a obekasa bebre and obi ebetiatiam ebe make the difference. He's a very calm, cool, collected young man. He is onyobia jede woman intro no onyobia okasa bebre or you're very cool, but that will not have any effect on whether obetimi and ontimi timi the obetimi, in the sense that 2024 is going to be based on records, it's going to be based on achievement, it's going to be based on what the governing MPP party has done in the past 8 years. Because for the sake of the COVID, the pandemic, and the Russia-Ukraine crisis, Metaka we say over the whole world in terms of a country, we produce a lot of food stuff, and we supply the world with food. Ukraine, they are the fourth largest producer of raw materials, whether food, whatever in this world, and they are known as the food basket of Europe, Ukraine. And now there are crisis, so definitely it's going to affect the wheat that we are using to do a lot of things in developing countries. The fertilizer, Newman aircraft fees are 2 countries in is going to affect us, and it has affected us. So the crisis has come to have an effect on the economy. But to the issue of how soft he is in terms of the way he speaks, it will not have any impact on the work that he's going to do, because campaigning is not about shouting, it's not about insults. You are going to get Ghanaians votes, and by so doing, the more you speak in a very softly manner to them, the more it appeal them to give you the mandate. And yet shouting, because at the end of the day, obi a obetimi di atem and obi a nani she obetina radio show na or can't say my, these are records that are going to be put out there. So like I say, it's early days, but the general secretary elect obetimi aye, because at the end of the day, and you na the party will depend on to win. Umbe here everybody, the overwhelming endorsement from the executives, from the party leadership, from those who came today at Jan Sports Stadium and Accra Sports Stadium now, they will go back to their respective constituencies and then talk for the party to win. So all in all, he is just the general secretary, administrative head of the party. There are other executive, there are other leadership in the party in all the regions. So we are sorry say okoye juma den e de boa the party. Okoka sema I betima my partner nya more votes in their respective constituencies. Betima boa my partner den adin kunim going into the 2024, but it's not going to be solely on the new general secretary elect Justin Frimpong Kodua and JFK for short now. Always very soft, calm, collected. Among workers on the Asian war form, but I don't think Obi okay can call 40 years. Or is that too young to lead a party of this caliber? And he started his leadership from Ashanti region as a regional youth organizer, deputy youth organizer to Gideon Boaku, came to be his own boss after Gideon serving in 4 years now. Kodua be the regional youth organizer. So while learning the trade that Odeba YE and then Obeya that mantra Okum come. So I think his charisma that has given him this overwhelming endorsement, the charisma that surrounds the young man now, that confidence, with that kind of votes now to see Obeye one of the young general secretary of the party. No, I think Obitimi aye Kasa now always soft spoken there, it will not have any telling effect. All in all, supporting him, that will let the party be in power.
In case when Timmy break it now,
I don't think so. I don't think so, because we had our political system from 1992. After the turn to democracy, after those so many 90 years of military regime, 1981 up to 1992 now called democracy now. Jerry Rawlings won 92, won 96, defeating Adubuahin in 92 elections, and then the second time defeating John Ajekum Kufuor. He served the 8 years. When Atamels took over the baton as the leader of the NDC, he went against former President Kufuor. Kufuor won, and then in 2004, when they went again, Kufuor assigned Edin Kunim Eko the second term, and then the reversal came. Late Prof Atamels Ebewini against Nana Akufo-Addo. Onokra Eko third round. After second round, Eko time Eko decided and Sana Otimiya that mandate to rule, and then unfortunately, Prof Antimem in the 4 years, Emma former President John Mahama taken the leadership of the party in 2012 on your sympathy, because he was the first Northerner to be in the ballot as presidential candidate after Liman, over to Liman. So when you had a chance, to me every day. So 8 years no, or to me break a plus one to me. I don't think it's a big deal to him, but so far, our political system of 8 years, we only be repeating or we only maintaining history, but or no, now one to me, but even whatever happens, it is not going to be Kodua not being able to take us or take the party to the next breaking the 8, but it will be the party MPP that have not been able to craft a message, or that have not been able to bring the gang together as a political party, but not the General Secretary Justin Kodua being the cause of that. All right. So all in all. All right. So 2024, the dynamics is going to be different, and it's not going to be on General Secretary alone not impacting so much on the party. party, grassroots, everybody to break the 8. It takes everybody, the entire MPP party, but not just the general secretary, not being able. Whatever happens, it's going to be the party that has failed, but it's not going to be an individual who has failed. And let's not forget that 2016, it was written that the new political party was going to come to power because Ghanaians had experienced almost 8 years or had 8 years of the NEC government, and they needed a change. And the change was the good manifesto that was put before Ghanaians by the MPP government, FSHS, Planning for Food and Jobs, and a whole lot of issues came on board. So, because if the party breaks the 8, it's going to be collectively the party have done it, not an individual. If they don't break the 8, it's not going to be like Obia, a young inexperienced general secretary Tina Omantiman Breki. It's going to be the party as a political party, center-right political party that has failed to break the 8, not because we have new or inexperienced leadership. Because the chairman is a very experienced politician. He has been first right before. He has tried for this particular portfolio for so many years or so many times. 5 years now. That is almost 20 years. He started aspiring to be the chairman. Today, his 5th time, he has been able to get the delegates endorsing him. Then the women organizer was there when they won in 2016. They won in 2020 because she came in 2018. So when the party was winning the power in 2020, the current women organizer was there. The first vice, who is, I always call her an institutional member of the MPP, that's Asobai, is still in there. We have the youth organizership that are new, but they have been in leadership before. Salam was a deputy national youth organizer, the one who has been endorsed today as a youth organizer. He was a deputy youth organizer, I think, in Samuel Uku's term. And then we have a lot of people, experienced people in the system that are occupying the national position. So, Obeka said, they are solidly experienced people, but winning 2024 will not be the yardstick to measure whether they have done well or they have not done well. It is a party that must put in the structures to be able to win the 2024 elections if they want to indeed stay in power and go beyond the 8 years.
Thank you very much. Kwame Robo Somoso, John Awuni, and I know Abon Common, a journalist, a historian. And you said, I'm MC Ekekanoa, or Mama official. Yes. Kwame Somo. Okay. You won't be able to position your camera, so now you're for live. All right. Yeah, that's a Papa Ali. 80 yeah, train. OTA say Lord Kome and Kasano. Now, or say, Sabe Abatono, electoral commission, I want to say in area. Enti all about the bobo. Etu de my MPK main feed no. MPK feed no.
This is the new patriotic party for you. We have done it again, and we should be very proud of ourselves for yet another victory for the new patriotic party. The national chairman of the Council of Elders, the Honorable Hackman Owusu Ajiman, is going to swear the newly elected officers into office. We are doing all this right here and then we would be out of here. Apart from the candidates who know they have won, can we see this whole day is cleared? Except for the planning committee members who will be welcoming the president on the stage once again. Eli Squire, upstream. Nita Kotego is going to help us to clear the days right now. Before you, yes, you are here. Organizer, what are you standing here doing? Nita Kotego, we are still waiting for you. You are clearing the days to allow for the declaration of results, swearing in, and acceptance Evans Nemaku. Collation agents for the vice chairs, please come and sign. Collation agents for the vice chairs, please come and sign. And that should be it. Nita Kotego, your days is still crowded. That's the man. That's the man. On the days, if you are around, please get closer. The Electoral Commission says they are ready to declare the results. We still want these days to be cleared. Saeed, please help. Apart from the Electoral Commission in their uniform, we are clearing all tables and chairs. results for the vice chairpersons remains the same. No change. Thank you very much for the cooperation. After 3 times recollation, the results remain the same. Thank you very much, all candidates, for your understanding and cooperation. The Electoral Commission would now announce the results. Can we have some order on the days now, please? Order here. Let's leave them alone and let them do their job. To everybody, His Excellencies, for outgoing chairman, every protocol observed. We are sorry for the delays in the declaration. There were protests or request for recollation, so we have to take our time and go through again. But after going through, we had the same results. So we want to declare the results, and here go the results. Starting with National Nasara Coordinator, 6 people contested. Haruna Mega had 5 votes. Abdul Rahman Diaro had 2 votes. Isaka Mwaza Kunata had 199 votes. Awar Mohammed had 24 votes. Suleimana Alasa Atapo had 9 votes. And Abdul Aziz Haruna Fida had 328 votes. So I declare Abdul Aziz Haruna Futa duly elected National Nasara Coordinator. Now for the youth organizer positions, 4 people contested. Ampanga Hussein Yakubu had 153 votes. Salam Muhammad Mustafa had 255 votes. Prince Kamal Guma had 101 votes. And Michael Osebwati had 120 votes. So, Salam Muhammad Mustafa duly elected National Youth Organizer. For the women organizer, 3 ladies contested. Kate Jemfua had 620 votes. Ellen Amadaku had 9 votes. Hajia Saudatu Said had 32 votes. Kate Jemfua is now declared duly elected National Women's Organizer. For the position of National Organizer, 6 people contested. Right, Esifi Kumi had 137 votes. Tet Etuaje had 25 votes. Daniel Nikwate Tatos Grover had 2,274 votes. Eric Amwakuchum had 185 votes. Henry Nanambuachi had 2,870 votes. Pojuo Nana also had 44 votes. I therefore declare Henry Nanambuachi duly elected National Organizer. For the National Treasurership position,
4 people contested. Mary Posh Odro had 1,303 votes. Dr. Charles Dramina had 2,917 votes. Dr. Yusuf Tidem had 125 votes. Corins N. Nuyama had 1,197 votes. I therefore declare Dr. Charles Dramina duly elected National Treasurer. For the position of the General Secretary, 6 people contested. At the end of the ballot, John Bodi had 2,524 votes. Idris Musa had 104 votes. Ramsia Ahmed Ajima Prempe had 8 votes. Charles Bisu withdrew before the voting. Eric Opariansan had 50 votes. And Justin Kodia Fripo had 2,837 votes. I therefore declare Justin Kodia Fripo as duly elected General Secretary. For the position of the Vice Chairmanship, 10 people contested. Ismail Yahuda had 613. Malgiwel Annan had 155. Dan Smith Buti had 2,982. Rita Talata Sobaire had 2,927. Edmond Opombipra had 479 votes. Christian Akumenkisi had 2,069. Derek Kwaku Nkansa had 491 votes. Michael Omane Wadier had 1,635 votes. Nosu Kenwood Emmanuel had 520 votes. And Alaji Masawood Osman had 2,128 votes. I therefore declare Dankwa Buti the first vice chairman elect. Tata Sobaire, second vice chairperson elect. And Alaji Masawood Osman, third chairman elect. Now, finally, for the chairperson's position, 7 people contested. Devi Amakifti Asantuaye had 44 votes. Sami Krab had 32 votes. Professor Christopher Miyawakufi had 101 votes. Akwasi Ose Ache had 20 votes. Stephen Ayesu Intim had 4,014 votes. Stephen Asamoah Boateng had 1,010 votes. And Kwabna Bankwayabwa had 294. So I duly declare Stephen Ayensu Intim as duly elected chairman. Thank you for your cooperation. God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Electoral Commission. Adum, at this stage, we invite the outgoing national chairman, Honorable Freddie Blay, to swear the newly elected officers into office.
I want to acknowledge my team from the Electoral Commission. I have with me Mr. Samuel Dotokwa, Deputy Director Electoral Services in charge of planning. Mr. Emmanuel Sadikisi, a Deputy Director for Electoral Services in charge of logistics. Mr. John Kwame Amwa, the Regional Director for Greater Accra. Mr. Seth Anania Mankwa, a lawyer and Deputy Director at the head office. Mr. Michael Boadu is the Director for Training, head office. Mr. Lawrence Tapon, also known as Bishop, Director for Administration. Mr. Alexander Poku Akubia is the Director for Research and Monitoring. Mr. Fred Tete is the Deputy Director for Research and Monitoring. Thank you very much.
And then, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, the wonderful job that IGP Damparis men and women had done for us. Put your hands together for all the policemen in the house. They have been splendid. They have been amazing. And we doff our hats for the Ghana Police Service. We have not forgotten the media for your understanding and cooperation. After the swearing in and the congratulatory handshakes, the elected officers will join the media in the grass, on the grass, for just some 5 to 10 minutes interaction. All interactions with the newly elected officers will be done on the grass where you are. So media, stay there. They will join you there. And it's a 5 minutes thing, please. The outgoing national chairman is here. Chairman, please come closer and swear them into office.
any person any matter which shall be brought to my attention in the course of the discharge of my official duties, except may be specially permitted by the NPP Constitution. And that, should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself the dictates of the MPP Constitution and suffer the penalty. So help me God. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Congratulations.
Well, by this, outgoing National Chairman Freddie Blay has handed over the baton to Honorable Stephen Ayensu Intim. It's not time for the handshakes now. Please hold on. Hold on. The President himself will lead the handshakes, so please hold on for us. At this stage, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I introduce to you the new chairman of the new Patriotic Party. The name is Stephen Ayensu Intim, to give us his maiden address.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo, Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Chief of Staff, Madam Prima Opari Osei, former President John Ajekum Kufuor, Mr. Freddie Blay. First of all, I want to extend my deepest gratitude to the Almighty God for making this day possible. I also want to thank our distinguished delegates who have made this possible. I thank my family too, my wife, Joanna and team, my campaign team. I can't exhaust it. The list is inexhaustible. But let me to suffice to mention just a few. Muhammad Ni Ajay Soa, my campaign manager. Amal Din Kufia Miao, communications. Kofi Kapito.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can we all be upstanding and acknowledge the entry of the President and the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana? Put your hands together. Let me see you put your hands together. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. You can do better than that. You can do better than that. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you, Mr. DJ. Chairman Traso.
Kofi Capito, my former campaign manager, Ms. Pani Patrick Masupe Crab, who is not with us here today. Ronnie Nickel, Desmond, Ni Abe, Ni Boy Abe, Dan Opoko Ajiman, Prof. Mr. Hackman. I also want to mention Madam Amabuzia. Thanks to all these individuals for providing me immense advice, direction in the course of my campaign. The new National Executive will work assiduously for the party to win election 2024. In conjunction with our parliamentary party, as our members of parliament, and our diasporan party, our members in the foreign countries. I'm grateful to my supporters and the party at large for giving me a memorable 64th birthday present. Finally, it's been 20 long years of wandering in the wilderness before clinching this position as national chairman of the New Patriotic Party. And I assure you that after 20 years of laboring in the wilderness before getting to this far, I'm going to cherish the chairmanship position. I'll value the chairmanship position, and I'll make sure that it will be a unique position that will remain enviable for anybody in the party to aspire at. God bless the New Patriotic Party. God bless Ghana. Thank you.
Adum. At this stage, the president will lead the team to congratulate the newly elected officers of our party. It's led by the president himself, the vice president. Next is the chief of staff, the minister of finance, Ken Oforiatta, and his wife, minister of lands and mineral resources, members of parliament. I can see Hassan Tampuli there. OPK, famous. Honorable Adelaide Team is the first lady of the MPP. And all the old guards, you've been missing for a while. Ladies and gentlemen, it has taken 20 long years for Honorable Stephen Ntim that brings us to the end of the National Delegates Conference of the New Patriotic Party 2022. The newly elected officers will join the media the president would have a photo session with the officers elected, and then they would join the media for a brief interaction, and that should be all for this morning. We are grateful once again to the Ghana Police Service So that will be it for the morning. We are grateful to the Ghana Police Service once again. Silicon House for your wonderful support, and with the technical
The Election Eye.
Menuanom sɛ mopa sɛ mbɔtena so apɔmudin mu paa na yare ahorow bi anam aduane bi a yɛdie so amie nya no wompɛ sɛ wonyɛ bia ɛde na wobɛsɛ sɛ wɔdediem kakra na ne yɛnim da yɛadeɛ bi te sɛ diabetes, cancer, high blood pressure, cholesterol, ɛne kɛseɛ mmorosoɔ de akeka ho no nyinaa no sɛ yɛtumi nya firi nnuane bi mu te sɛ banku, fufuo, dɔkono, ampesie ɛne de akeka ho no enti naaseɛ paa ɛnkɔma True Green Foods yɛ wɔde wɔn ho akɔbɔ Green Health Pharmacy ɛne Functional Medicine Center ho sɛ wɔde nnuane bi a carbohydrates no ɛyɛ low yɛ very healthy na deɛ da bio kran sɛ wɔ diabetes yo woni bio wodi a woni problem me mu sa kyerɛ efe sɛ wodi True Green Foods for nnuane no wo experience
ma pom di na si pi me sugar na ehuri koso tete no
I told you ma
medi fufuo benku dokono tuzafi eba eni amala omunuane na meka sɛ wo ka enche
Prosi mixed flour, Alka mixed flour, Fufu mixed flour, Yemi mixed flour, Kajma porridge, Ultra oat, Beta oat, Clean oat, and the baking mixed flour. True Green Foods so there. Start same anymore. O council Sima na ben.
African market and African market. Order for so bronze ha. Now open African market papa didwa. Mo akoma to yem dia. Malata African market edem sronko. Smoked fish, meat, dry fish, so kenke, rice, yam, fufu flour ni nnuane ahodo afiri Africa. Afei ye want to papa. Bo wire kente, adamma se kente, ahwene ahodo. Ene nneoma bebre na wo benya wo Malata African market. Hwehwe ye chi akwan ene number e wo screen so. Malata African market mu King Kong. Malata African market and papa. African market, African market.
Road trip, road trip. Do you want to join the road trip to Ohio for the Top Cent Ghana Music Awards USA 2022? My party, oh yeah, big fast, where we go. It good job. Bus leaving Bronx, New York at 12 p.m. sharp on Friday, August 19th, and returns on Sunday, August 21st after the main event at 12 p.m. sharp. Buy your tickets for the main event and call you 929-331-8560 or down on 609-251-0178. Go book your seats for this trip to Ohio. Top Cent Ghana Music Awards USA 2022 for Ohio. And be giddy.
Hey Ko, I need to send money to Kojo. Oh Jack, just tap and send. Saga, me I want to. You want them to charge me e-levy?
Massa, there are no e-levy charges when you send money from abroad. And guess what? No e-levy charges too when you cash out.
Abu Ziggy, let me tap and send now.
Tap, not send it. No e-levy wahala.
My sister, Mamidufie, is a market woman. Is a strong and healthy. My brother, Fubuache, he is mechanic. He's very strong and healthy. My wife, you own his own store. He's always strong and healthy. My father is old man. He too is always strong. Upon all his age, he's always strong. He went to farm and come back very simply. Me, acrobat. I'm new broadcaster and generous actor. I'm go up and down and I'm always strong. I didn't complain. Have something for our general well-being. Our secret is Kowa Mixture. Kowa Mixture is very good. If you take it, it always helps your body. You are always strong. You are looking healthy without any complaint. Kowa Mixture. Kowa Mixture. Take some and I know you will sing praises because the medicine is true analysis. Kowa Mixture, you love it. I'm telling you, you love it. For more purchase, call this number. Kowa Mixture, the family secret.
This advertisement has been vetted and approved by FDA.
At Diaspora Insurance, we understand the importance of dignified send-offs within Ghanaian culture and traditions. We also understand that you want to avoid the double trauma of your family grieving and not having the financial support to cover funeral expenses when you're not around. With our Diaspora Funeral Cash Plan, you can now cover yourself or your family in Ghana or abroad. With no medicals required, we'll accept you if you are under 75 years. Visit our website today or call us to complete a simple form in under 5 minutes. With Diaspora Insurance, your peace of mind is guaranteed.
Hello, love.
Gary, do you have Mommy's parcel for her big day?
The shipping company says it will take 1 month.
A month? Gary, use Rapid.
Rapid?
Rapid courier ships from the United States to Ghana and 9 other African countries within 3 to 5 days. Log on to rapidgroup.com, buy, ship to us, and we deliver right to your doorstep.
That fast? Yes, that's Rapid for him. Let me sign this.
I thought you only ordered Mommy's parcel.
No, I ordered a few car parts too.
Are you too busy to shop? We will shop for you. Rapid also has a luggage delivery service, so you can make that extra luggage and we will deliver at the lowest rate. Locate Rapid Courier on the Spinters Road off the Lekma Road.
Rapid Courier, just shop, we deliver. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the king of electronics, the price slasher, Otiko Koswo Nana, the king of Fofo Le Fo Numero Uno.
Adiketwa ni bone matowe. We Ankunam Electronics, and Ejumani Deka, ni bo din brutal. Macho Christ. Yama we musie. Damn. Move. Take him away.
PM Electronics. Fair price.
This is dangerous pricing. I'm the price next year on the cheap. In fake products. Take her away. I like this one. Where is the price? I'm watching. Where is the price?
Kafa.
Kafa will never cease to amaze me.
Oh yes.
Yes. Look at such a giant TV with a small price. Zacchaeus price. Now, if you never come out, we are better home appliance. I will cover. Because we cover no. Every day is a Black Friday. Yeah!